Little host. Hold up. Hold up. Yep, there we go. Yep, mature audiences. Perfect. Alright. Okay. So, let's start this off. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I actually think that is desynced, but it's so close I don't think I care. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll work for me. Okay. I don't think it's enough to matter. It's like a quarter of a second. And I don't feel like putting in the effort to feel which way it is. Why is this music so fucking loud? God, this game's mixing is terrible. Okay, anyway. Let's... boot up Discord, because I forgot about Discord. And I noticed my quality's shit, which actually means that the game is running perfectly fine. Alright. At everyone. Super hired sack struggles through P4A U. There we go. Alright. Oh my god, I am tired, by the way. Let me just say that. I did not sleep at all. But I'm trying to fix my sleeping schedule, so I've decided to suffer through. So let's start off with Akihiko.
I'm a long way from home.
Ever since I left Japan, I've been constantly searching for places to test my strength. Before I knew it, I'd wound up on the ass end of the globe. As I walk down a dark alley, a dry wind blows. This is actually a pretty good song. I can see people inside the buildings, but I don't sense any life here. Just because it's quiet doesn't mean that anything close to safe, though. Well, it just shows that not everywhere in the world is affluent. I sense a hostile presence from somewhere. I glance around and 2 thugs smirking at me with narrowed eyes. Our gazes meet, and those thugs, a seedy-looking large man and a thin man, stand before me.
Yo, bro, haven't seen your mug around here. Lucky thing we noticed you. Come on, man, spare us some change. We just need a little, man. We'll double it in no time in that gambling den over there.
You're in my way. Move it.
The thugs are momentarily stunned by my answer, but their shock dissolves into anger.
And we were being friendly. I should have pulled this on you at the start.
The large man's words produce a full side of spittle as he simultaneously whips out what he believes is his trump card. It's a gun. He waves the muzzle in front of my face in a threatening manner.
Body like that, and you gotta resort to a gun? Pathetic.
I mean, okay, to be fair, Akihiko, guns are like the ultimate weapon, but sure.
To begin with, do I really look like I carry that much money on me?
Ain't you Japanese? Most Asians stupid enough to come waltzing around here are loaded. Come on, give me everything you got, or it's gonna be your brains on the floor.
The large man is quite short-tempered. I wonder if his mood swings are due to a lack of calcium in his diet. I guess you really don't get to choose what you eat when you live in a place like this. The large man apparently realizes that he can simply take my cash when I'm dead, and his fat finger squeezes the trigger before I can reply. A gunshot rings out and sends a shockwave through the alley's dry air.
Son of a bitch!
The large man stands stupefied. He recollects himself and throws a few more rounds my way.
What the? What kind of hit him?
It's because I'm dodging his shots. Not the bullets. They obviously move faster than the human body. That is a lovely fucking statement. Finally, we can confirm that Persona characters don't move faster than bullets. When a slow man uses a gun, the problem is that he has to point the gun where he wants to send the bullets, and I can see him doing that. I'm just reading his gun movement and getting out of his line of fire before he shoots. Honestly, this game is a fucking treasure trove of Persona information. I mean, it's not fun, but boy, does it give me everything I've ever wanted. I bet he thinks there's something wrong with the gun or that he's not aiming well. Some people. I think he's the embodiment of the phrase, a big head and little wig. He never realizes what's happening. I dodge his hail of bullets and quickly close the distance to my attempted murderer. I get a good look at his face contorting in fear and confusion.
Checkmate.
I strike once, burying my fist into his porcine gut. His body lifts off the ground for a brief moment before it collapses to the ground backward. The massive impact lifts a huge cloud of dust, and the man doesn't stir from his place on the ground.
You should be more careful who you pick your fights with.
You bastard!
The thin man pulls something from his pocket. I hear the loud click of a switchblade unfold. He drops into a crouch, coiled and ready to strike.
At least you know the basics.
The reprobate extends his arm and thrusts the dully shining knife toward me in a telegraphed attack. I get inside his arm and sweep the angle of the blade out of the way with my right hand and connect with my left hand underneath the jaw. Just say you fucking deflect with one hand and then uppercut. Since he attacks in the most obvious fashion, I repel the attack with the most obvious counter. The uppercut lands flush, and the man is cast into the air as he utters an undignified scream.
I gotta hand it to you for not abandoning your pal.
Sheesh. I didn't come on a journey to waste my time getting into scraps that don't even rate as a good warm-up. Although honestly, pretty much all I had encountered so far in my training was a continuous morass of tedious quarrels. Now up ahead, huh? I notice that the dust from the fat man's landing has gotten on my cape, and I brush it off. This is the only mark that I took from the encounter. Bodily injuries will heal over time, even if they're left alone, but the same can't be said about one's clothing.
Damn, that was impressive stuff.
Someone speaks to me out of the blue. I glance over and see a man who looks like a bartender. Hesitantly, I emerge from a nearby bar. Seems he was watching the whole thing unfold.
What a fight! And against a man with a gun? Are you a ninja or something?
Nah, that's not important. Where are the police? I'd have thought all the gunfire would catch their attention.
The bartender responds to my bewilderment by laughing in an even more dumbfounded manner and shrugs.
Things like that happen all the time. The only authority here is the cartel. Everyone who's not connected dies in poverty. That's been how it works for over 50 years.
I see.
Those who are not connected. Upon hearing that, a bitter feeling wells up inside me. Everything in this world relies on connections, and connections are just another form of power. People say that what's most important can't be obtained by power, but I figure that means the other 99.9% of everything is simply a matter of power. That includes one's lifespan. And at times, the lifespan of those close to you as well.
Hey, why not stop in for a drink? It's on the house. Seeing what you did made my day.
The bartender's cheerful voice snaps me out of my ruminations.
Are you sure? The cartel you mentioned might not like that.
Hey, I'll get off easy compared to you. All I did was offer you a drink, not beat the hell out of their goons.
A drink,
Do you have
huh?
the good stuff in stock?
Huh?
It's hard to obtain that certain something around here. I haven't had any for a couple days now. Actually, I'm starting to go into withdrawal.
It's milk. The joke is he wants milk.
What is it you're talking about, mister? Listen, I run a clean bar.
It's milk.
Protein. I need a double shot of protein.
Alright, something like that, yep.
Huh? Pro?
Make it quick. It's only half as effective 30 minutes after I've burned some calories.
Sorry, I don't know that brand. Is that some kind of sake?
No. It's alright if you don't have any.
Sheesh, what am I thinking? You never know unless you try, but it was pretty stupid of me to expect that a bartender in a dive bar like this would have protein drinks. I shake my head and collect myself. When I finally return to Japan, I'll have all the protein my muscle fibers are crying out for. Sounds great just thinking about it. Mountains of protein. Protein as far as the eye can see. But my daydreams of what a world of infinite protein would be like are interrupted. I take out my cell phone and see that I've received an email. There are 3 important things on the sub-display. The first thing is the icon that tells me the international roaming service is in effect. Second is the name Kirijo. And the last thing is the word urgent.
Looks like opportunity's knocking sooner than I expected.
I can't hide my smirk. The fact that the message is urgent means that I'm being summoned for a mission.
Fine with me. I haven't found any opponents worth my time here anyway.
The training journey I'm on is preparation for these missions. It was my way of showing that I'd be suited for taking on the special missions professionally. It seems that either my plan is working, or that fate is telling me that the time to display my result has come.
I can't wait to see what kind of challenge there is in store for me now.
My favorite thing about Akihiko has become that he talks to himself. I imagine what this unknown enemy could be and thrust my left fist proudly towards the foreign winds. I can't keep my body from trembling with excitement, and I plant my fist into my right palm. Early morning, May 3rd, Japan. After a flight that took over half a day, I arrive in Japan. Every time I fly, it always strikes me how cramped the seats are and how boring long flights are. Considering that was being placed in a hypoxic environment, it's a waste not to equip the seats with PEC decks or give us access to some cardio equipment. As I head towards the arrival lobby, while thinking my ideal airline, I hear something I haven't heard in a while, a newscaster reporting in my mother tongue.
Good morning. It's May 3rd, Constitution Memorial Day. Our top story today is an update on the hijacking 2 days ago. 5 men attempted a daring hijacking of a domestic airline.
Oh,
The first such
shit,
incident
that's
in
the
Japan in
hijacking we kept hearing on the
21st
news with
century.
the other routes.
Police began their official interrogation of the arrested suspects this morning. But all depositions have been vague so far, with suspects complaining of muddled memories. Psychiatric exams are being considered.
That must be the incident she mentioned in her email.
2 days ago in Japan, a jumbo jet bound for Kagoshima was hijacked by a group of 5 men. The hijacking attempt was quickly dealt with because the hijackers' half-hearted planning, but there was a bigger issue. Unbeknownst to the public, the passenger flight that was hijacked was going to have a very important piece of cargo loaded onto it. During the confusion surrounding the hijacking investigation, the cargo seems to have been stolen before it was loaded onto the plane. The hijacking was just a smokescreen for the real crime. Using a hijacking as a distraction for a simple cargo theft is pretty daring, but it's also desperate and risky. My mission is to retrieve that cargo from whoever wanted it so badly. This isn't a situation that can be left to ordinary policemen. This cargo is extremely dangerous, and retrieval has to be done discreetly due to its sensitive nature. I look away from the monitor and begin walking again. My cell phone immediately begins ringing as if the caller was watching me the entire time. The name Mitsuru Kirijo appears on the sub-display. Mitsuru Kirijo, she's the one who summoned me here for this mission. I didn't tell her any details about my return flight, but she must have found the information on her own and called after learning of my flight's arrival. She's still as prepared as ever.
It's me.
It's been a long time, Akihiko. I'm sorry to call you back on such short notice.
Don't worry about it. I was at a good stopping point.
Mitsuru has much greater standing in the group than I, but we've been classmates in middle school, and she fought alongside me in my biggest battle. Pardon. I have a feeling that the only reason we were able to pull through such an ordeal was that we helped each other back then.
So, who's our next enemy?
Don't be so impatient. You received the brief I sent you, right? What I didn't say directly in it is that the stolen cargo was from Ergo Research.
I figured it would be Kirijo group related, with you having to call me back.
Most ordinary people in Japan would have at least heard of the name Kirijo. The Kirijo Group, a large conglomerate, one of the few within Japan that can boast a large market share overseas. Their influence is so ever-present that they touch many aspects of typical citizens' daily life. Mitsuru is part of the organization. In fact, she's the only daughter of its founding father. Family, whatever, shut up. She grew up with untold responsibilities and expectations and has been forced to navigate tumultuous social situations ever since she was young. That is why she has a refined personality, maturity beyond her years, and a strong leadership skills. There's so much white on white. Although the same circumstance also exposed her to the occasional surprising lapse into naivete.
What was inside this cargo?
The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris.
An anti-shadow weapon? Does that mean...
Yes, she's one of Aegis's sister units. She was sealed at the time of the robbery, but we think it's very likely that she's been activated by now.
Which means there's a good chance there'll be a fight. Alright. Yeah, this would be too much for the normal authorities. Sounds like it'll be right up my alley.
The man who ran the group 2 generations ago, Kotetsu Kirijo. He was the founder of the group and also Mitsuru's grandfather. Around 10 years ago, certain research the man was performing brought about a huge distortion to this world. The forces that created the distortion were known as shadows. I guess the best way I would describe them would be to say that they're the monsters incarnated of the darkness in people's hearts. Yeah, that's the best way to say that, I guess. In any case, there's something completely absurd like that. Kotetsu Kirijo, during Ergo research in what would later be known as the infamous Kirijo Ergonomics Lab to repeatedly perform inhuman experiments. He was artificially drawing out shadows in an attempt to gain powers beyond what mortal man should have. But the experiment failed during the final stages. What remained after a big explosion was over 50 casualties and a distortion in the world that can never be repaired. Normal people are completely unable to see this distortion at all, and yet the same distortion could cause the entire world to collapse. 3 years ago, Mitsuru and I, along with our friends, devoted ourselves to fight in order to end the threat of that collapse. The bonds and precious memories I gained from them are engraved upon my heart, and I haven't faded to this day. Hey, it's the fucking door! Hi, door!
Fighting is not our first option, but I'd be more reassured with you there. We have a general idea of where it was taken, the Inaba area, where there were reports of suspected shadow activity last year.
Okay, I'll meet up with you at the actual location.
Are you heading directly there? You never change. Let me know if you need anything and I'll make the arrangements.
Protein, that's all.
What? No, it's better I don't ask. I'll send you the precise location later. Sorry to call when you've just returned from a trip, but I'm relying on your assistance.
You went to a lot of trouble to create the Shadow Operatives. I won't do anything to tarnish the name. I'll see you there.
Get some dust in my controller. The Shadow Operatives, that's the organization I'm part of. We're a joint task force comprised of the Kirijo group and the police. Officially, we do not exist. Our main mission is to deal with shadow-related cases that the police are incapable of handling, and our objective is to prevent or minimize the collateral damage caused by shadows. Shadows can only be defeated by persona users. Mitsuru, myself, many other members belonging to the Shadow Operatives have personas and knowledge about them. Mitsuru fully dedicating herself to prevent Kirijo's tainted legacy from falling into the wrong hands. That is it is the shared duty of all of us in the group. I noticed that I've unconsciously formed my hand into a fist. I have an email from Mitsuru giving me the details of the meeting location. As usual, she's thoroughly planned this out.
Inaba, huh?
A smile appears on my face. An opportunity to use all the skills and strength I'd been honing. I will commit every fiber of my being to fulfill the duty I've been given. I couldn't ask for more. I think Akihiko is a lot shorter than the others, which is the best thing ever. Because that was already scene 1. So we should be in Inaba now, the same day, afternoon. I arrive in Inaba earlier than I'd planned. There's a lot of time to kill before I need to be at the meeting. In order to get a feel for the town and what's going on, I decide to walk around a bit. From the looks of it, it's an ordinary countryside town. I can't believe that people think a level 4 shadow-related case occurred here last year. What is a level 4 shadow case? Is there a higher level shadow case? What's level 4? Like a threat to a whole region or something? As far as I can tell, there doesn't seem to be any disturbance going on right now. Looks like the unit named Lapras isn't running amok here either. As soon as I stray from the main street, its mountains and fields are as far as the eye can see. The air is clean, the traffic's pretty light, so the town has that going for it. This would be a great place to go running early in the morning. I wait for evening to come while exploring as much of the town as I can.
It's almost time.
My cape flutters in the wind as I shadowbox and jog to the meeting area, an intersection on the outskirts of what this town would call a shopping district. Meeting up in a rural area like this is a bit tricky situation. Since shadow operatives do not officially exist, we need to draw as little attention to our mission as possible. Hopefully we can quickly join up and be on our way so that the residents don't take notice of a bunch of outsiders assembling in their sleepy town. Unfortunately, when I arrive at the meeting point, Mitsuru and the others are nowhere to be seen.
Something happen? I doubt she'd run into any trouble she couldn't handle, though.
Could it be that I'm at the wrong place? There aren't many tall buildings to block my view, so I look in every direction. The only thing outside the shopping district obstructing my view is a mountain of garbage that looks like it might be a scrap heap or a junkyard. I may as well be diligent and head over there just to make sure. I enter the area and it is full of all kinds of junk. Cars and household appliances, large and small, are piled into small artificial mountains. I test my footing and begin climbing up the stacked trash. Looking down, I spot a long, black limousine that is completely out of place in this tiny town. I come to a realization inside.
Of course. They'd stand out no matter where they were, so they could only park here.
Two of my friends are standing by the limousine, a fucking robot and a rich girl in the world's largest fur coat. A woman decked out in a fur coat and a mechanical girl. It's Mitsuru and Aigis. Right before I call out to them, Aigis does something bizarre. She extends her hand towards the TV screen in front of her and... Aigis' hand is passing right through the screen. Her steel fingers aren't just breaking the TV screen, they're definitely going inside it. Concentric rings of white light are rippling forth from where she inserted her hand.
It's the same as mine. It's hard to say definitively since this is my first encounter with it, but I believe this reading is from a personality module.
Does that mean our retrieval target is inside the TV?
I don't understand how or why, but it seems people can enter that TV. If that's the case, it would be a perfect place to hide stolen cargo. That makes things easier.
Huh. Sounds like fun.
The two of them look up surprised.
Akihiko?
I leap off the mountain of trash and land in front of them.
You didn't show up at the rendezvous point, so I went looking and found you here. This whole TV thing is pretty interesting.
Akihiko, what on earth are you wearing? Just what were you doing overseas?
Didn't I tell you that I was on a training expedition?
Don't tell me you came here from the airport like that. Does the concept of keeping a low profile mean nothing to you?
I take a glance at Mitsuru and I can tell that she's summoning up her coldest stare. This clothing allows me to have much better mobility, but I don't think Mitsuru is going to listen to my explanation.
Mitsuru-san, I believe we have lost the right to complain about that.
Glancing at Mitsuru's clothing once again, I couldn't help but sigh. Since Aigis had already voiced what I wanted to say, I decided not to make a comeback. Mitsuru simply shakes her head and sighs back at me. Seriously, this is what happens when you grow up in a wealthy family, sheltered from the lives that normal people live.
Anyway...
I slam my fist into my right palm. Aigis' sister unit Lapras. She's apparently inside a TV set in an obscure part of a countryside town. I gotta wonder, what else will be waiting for us
We
inside?
can get inside from that TV, right? And what are we waiting for?
Still the same Akihiko. We don't know the situation inside yet, and we'll need a secure means of getting out.
So what? If we want to get this Lapras back, someone has to go inside, right?
Well, that's...
Mitsuru was at a loss for words. I know that I'm voicing my opinion more forcefully than she's used to, but it's what I have to do. I know Mitsuru well enough to know when she needs someone to prod her into action. Wanting to exert control over every situation is a commendable trait, but in certain situations, waiting doesn't allow you to seize any more control. It also gives your opponent more time to prepare.
Our target hijacked a plane to throw her into a TV in this town. If we sit on our hands, it's possible we'll be put in serious danger.
I lock eyes with Mitsuru and take a step
We're
towards her.
different from how we used to be. We made the choice to fight shadows as professionals. That's why I traveled around the world and trained harder than ever. And now that something's actually come up, you're hesitating? We agreed to do this. I'm ready to stake my life on the mission.
3 years ago, I had said it was my duty to help in the fight, but looking back now, I know that a lot of it was just for kicks. Pardon. Seeing myself definitely become much stronger and experiencing all that personal growth was incredible. Becoming stronger felt like it would satisfy some deep desire within me. If I had died giving my all against a really powerful opponent, I didn't really mind the thought of going out like that either. I was honestly fighting for myself more than anything else. But now, something changed in me. I wandered around the world, and with something in the back of my mind constantly nagging at me, something about not having a grasp of some part of myself, I know that I want power. The power to protect others. But that feeling has always been there. There's still something else, though. Something different. A few seconds of silence pass, then Mitsuru's eyes narrow. Her eyes are filled with steely determination.
All right. Wait right here. I need to go make a phone call first.
Okay, but make it quick.
Ugh. Mitsuru heads towards the limousine with a wry smile. I turn my gaze towards the most prominent of the illegally dumped TVs. As I reach towards the screen, my fingers sink into it exactly the same way Igus did.
My fists are ready for action.
Excitement wells up within me as a reaction to the new sensation I feel from my fingertips.
The other members will wait here in the car.
Yeah. If we all barge in and something happens, they'll be devastated.
Now that you mention it, at least one of us should be staying behind as well.
I am not staying.
Us three will be plenty. We'll end this in a flash. No problem.
The same as always. Although, we have no idea what might be waiting for us on the other side. Don't get careless.
Right.
This situation, it brings back memories.
Ready!
Man, we've only been going for 30 minutes and we're already inside the TV. Akihiko really does have the shortest route. Can't wait for the Igus route, which is 1,000 years. Or the Lapras route.
Why enter the TV? What's going on?
Which is going to be like 2,000 years. Oh, 824? I bet that's the amount of time I played that. Nope, that can't be the amount of time I played the game. I played the game for over 14 hours. Excuse me, 18 hours. When I open my eyes again, the first thing I can see is a high ceiling. I get to my feet and look around. Basketball hoops, the ground littered with white tape, and folding chairs stacked high into the air.
Is this a gym?
What I'm seeing now isn't matching what I expected to be seeing. If my memory is correct, I entered the TV with Mitsuru and Igus. Is this what's inside the TV? It hits me. This isn't reality. Everything looks extremely real, but I sense odd presences nearby. I brace myself inside this oddly quiet gym. If I'm the only one here, I must be cautious. Alone? I suddenly realized that Mitsuru and Aiga should be here too. They came into the TV with me, but they're nowhere to be seen. Did we get separated from each other as we were falling in? No, it's more likely we were separated intentionally. Well, I don't really need to worry about them. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to handle anything here on their own. Even if something does attack them, those two will just counterattack with icicle executions and machine guns.
This feeling in the air reminds me of somewhere, though.
I felt that harsh atmosphere before. I dig through my memories. That's right, this is what Tartarus felt like. The tower full of shadows where we did battle 3 years ago. Since this area is unfamiliar and I'm assuming hostile, there's no knowing when an enemy may attack. But waiting around to get ambushed isn't really my thing. It's time for me to get moving. Just as I think that... Teddy? What in the world is that? A bizarre object approaches me from inside the gym. A red, blue, and round. On top of that, it's walking on 2 feet. I've wandered across the globe to different regions, but I've never seen a bizarre creature like this.
Huh? Here's a weird guy in a cape.
Weirder still, it's able to communicate with me.
You think you've got the right to call me weird? You seem suspicious.
How rude! I'll say the same back to you. Being half naked and wearing a cape is totally suspicious.
Okay, Teddy's not wrong.
Could this be the pervert I've heard rumors about? My innocence is in danger.
You're making no sense at all.
No, that made sense.
Who are you? Oh, don't tell me. Are you a shadow?
Huh? I'm Teddy! Teddy!
So you are a shadow.
I mean, technically, yes.
I just said I'm Teddy! Teddy! It's easy!
No bear has fur that color. Or can talk.
How cruel! I'm an adorable, sexy beast, no matter what angle you're looking from.
Teddy. Teddy? Does that mean he's like a bear or something? Suddenly, a monitor nearby springs to life. What appeared on it was a red, blue, and round. It's another bear thing. Or to be exact, it was also Teddy
I can't
Teddy.
have you wandering about on your own. You're such a troublesome bear. You're the troublesome one! How dare you do whatever you want while looking like me? It's a violation of my image rights!
What's going on? Are you twins or something?
Huh? I've discovered an unknown, half-naked caped man! An intruder! Unexpected!
Suddenly, the sound and the image on the monitor gets corrupted just when I thought I was going to start fighting some things out about this place and those creatures. The screen flickers and dies out. Is this some kind of ruse? The monitor pops back on. Once again, it was Teddy Teddy's. This is too confusing. I'm just going to refer to the TV bear as Bear 2. People in a lot of overseas cultures add suffixes like the second or the great under the kid's name, so I'll figure I'll go with something similar. I'm in some crazy TV world, so I'm just going to assume that these guys are Japanese. I'm not going to assume they're Japanese. Like, Bear number 2 is going to care anyway. I've wasted enough time rationalizing this. Bear number 2's eyes gleam in a sinister manner. He starts speaking clearly now.
Case 04, unintended intruder. Entering elimination process.
Elimination, huh? I don't really have any clue to what's going on yet. But I do know that Bear number 2 just won the right to be the first one here to taste my fists.
I don't know exactly what's going on, but I've seen enough. Looks like you're the enemy here, Bear number 2.
Oh, Bear number 2. Whatever, I'm tired, my dude. I've been saying my dude a lot lately, and I don't know why. I'm not sure how much stock I should put into common sense while I'm in this TV world, but if he's using a PA system, I'm guessing that there needs to be some kind of control booth for it. Since I'm in some kind of school, that means I'm probably going to find Bear number 2 in the announcement room. If Lapras is inside, and if Bear number 2 is running this whole event, he's going to have some kind of information about her. I turn to Teddy
As
Teddy.
for you, Teddy Teddy, he seems to be your enemy too, but why don't you step down and let me handle him?
I proceed to walk off in search of the announcement room, but...
No way!
What?
I mean, who are are you? You haven't even told me your name. And that bear might be a bad guy who tricked my beloved sensei and friends. I can't leave this in the hands of a half-naked cape man like you.
I hate to say it, but Teddy's making some sense here. Teddy looks surprisingly resolute as he refuses my offer. Does he have friends of his own that he's trying desperately to protect too?
Well, your costume is strange. I do like that fire in your eyes.
What's that supposed to mean? It sounds perverted coming from a half-naked cape guy.
Hey, I have a name. It's Akihiko Sanada. You don't have to call me half-naked cape guy.
I prefer half-naked cape guy, but okay.
And I know I can't prove I'm on your side just by saying so. So judge for yourself whether I'm worthy of your trust. In the ring.
You're that excited to do this?
Fists don't lie, you know? Now come on, and I'll give you everything I got.
I put my fists out in front of me and focus. If one does not face their cowardice, they cannot summon a persona. That's why persona users used to have to undergo the trial of holding an invoker to their heads. But that was a simple ritual that overcomes one's psychological blocks. It isn't required to step in handling personas. My resolution has always been with me after all.
Come, persona!
I sense power rising deep from within me. Okay, so Akihiko's saying that he can just summon his fucking persona in the middle of the real world. So this is a talent that you, like, the Invoker is a crutch for getting it out inside of, like, the real world. But anyone can do it then. It's just like a talent you have to develop.
Final. Fight!
Persona! Uppercut! There! Uppercut! Uppercut! You're up.
Why?
Right now. Persona.
Why?
What's this? Uppercut.
There are a lot of weird sounds. Oh, alright. That's nothing to worry about.
The intruder is a persona user.
Only 40
Difficulties
minutes in and we've
elimination.
already fought someone.
Acknowledging as valid target.
Bear 2 is muttering something on the other side of the monitor after watching our battle. Oh god, are we gonna have the beef route against Chie? It seems that I've been officially promoted to the rank of valid target.
Persona user. Are you talking about me? What do you mean by valid target?
Irregularity has occurred. Multiple intruders detected. Emergency. Emergency. Oh, I know! I've just had a fun idea!
Just as Bear 2 starts speaking like a normal person, the monitor suddenly cuts out. Seriously, who is this guy? One thing's for sure, that I need information right now. I lean over Teddy's flattened body and lightly tap the back of his head.
Hey, Teddy, wake up.
No! Kanji! You're crushing me to death!
What's going through this guy's head?
Teddy, wake up!
I smacked Teddy a little more forcefully this time. I was worried it might make him even flatter, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Looks like that did the trick. Teddy gets up using whatever weird stomach muscles he has and yells at me while it's still flat and stays.
Hey! If you hit me so hard, you'll ruin my beautiful coat of fur! I'll go bald!
Jesus Christ, that's terrifying.
And it's just Teddy, not Teddy!
This is getting to be a pain. Teddy purses his lips and looks away with a huff. I want to demonstrate my sincerity with my fists. There's no doubt I did that. Then again, considering how badly flattened he is right now, I guess it's understandable he doesn't want to talk to me.
Well, maybe I went a little too far. Let me at least talk to you. I have important business here, too. I need as much information as I can get.
Aren't you going to say sorry?
Don't push your luck, or I'll pull out all your fur.
I was just joking! Well, I am a knowledgeable bear, so I'll make an exception for you and listen.
Hey, I'm the one who won. Where does he get off with that attitude? Doesn't feel right letting that slide, but I don't want him getting all pouty again. Take a deep breath and turn to face Teddy once more.
First off, what kind of world is this?
TV.
It's the TV world.
Well, at least I was right about that. Teddy then went on to explain that there is a mysterious TV program called the Midnight Channel that only appears at midnight. That TV broadcast is caused by this world inside a TV. Huh? Seems Teddy's back to his original appearance, or rather his original thickness. He's like a big stress ball.
That's hard to believe. But even if that's true, why does it look like this? Is this supposed to be a school or something?
This is probably the school that Yosuke and the others go to.
It's a real place?
This world changes whenever someone comes here. I'm not sure why it's a school now, though.
It changes when people come here.
I used to live here for a long time, so I saw it happen a lot.
You lived here? Well, does that mean you're from this world? What are you?
Teddy starts climbing up all of a sudden. He started getting nervous when I blurted out the realization he was living in this world and that he wasn't human. Embarrassed about being different from humans, huh? Definitely doesn't look human, but it's easy enough to overlook because he can easily carry a conversation with me. And his fist definitely had a heart. Aigis immediately springs to mind. She is a machine, but she also has the same heart as a person. Though this Teddy creature may be some kind of costume creature, he must have a heart as well. That being said, he does look pretty stupid.
There's so much I don't understand. But I can at least say I'm pretty sure you're no threat.
Of course not! I'd never cause anyone any trouble!
Okay, well that was a lie.
If you know this world so well, does the name 5th Generation Blabberus sound familiar?
I've never heard of it. Every day's great at Juness. I usually spend my time there. But when I came to, I was locked up here. I managed to escape, though. Only to find that an imposter Teddy was causing a bunch of trouble with his P1 Grand Prix.
He bummed out a minute ago, now his face is bright red and there's steam pouring out of his head. This guy's a real piece of work.
That guy who showed up on screen looked exactly like you.
He calls himself the General. But don't confuse me for that phony. The real Teddy is made of all natural bear fur.
If that was someone in disguise, there must be a reason he's trying to look like you.
Ooh, I know! It must be because he's jealous that Sensei and everyone love me the most! But he's not 1/1,000,000th as cute as me! Anyone can tell he's a fake!
Yeah, it's totally obvious. I recall what Teddy said about the Midnight Channel earlier. Some of the things that happen in this world are broadcast to the outside world. If that's the case, then misinformation may be spread and people could be confused or misled. At this moment, I'm not sure why someone would be intentionally causing such confusion. But this Teddy guy mentioned that his friends were here. If bear number 2 is in opposition to them, then it's not too big of a stretch to imagine he's trying to upset their friendships.
Alright, one last question. You said you used to live here. Do you know how to get out?
Of course! That was one of my specialties. I always helped other people when they needed to leave. But it's not working here for some reason. I'm losing my confidence. This is one bear of a Ted-ache.
Fuck you, Teddy.
Ooh, that was an advanced joke.
This is no laughing matter. You won't be able to get out like this.
That wasn't advanced at all, sheesh. He did give me valuable information, though, and I now have somewhat grasp of the situation. My main objective of retrieving Labrys and escaping from this world. I won't be able to accomplish either things as it stands, and all we can really do is on our own is speculate. So, bear number 2, General, was it? I'll have to pound some more detailed answers out of him. All I need to do is keep moving forward, and if I'm going to move forward, I don't see the harm in doing it quickly.
That's it. You're coming with me.
Now, I'm assuming that I'm probably going to need this guy's help in getting out of here late, so I grab the back of Teddy's head and sprint forward. But just as I'm about to exit the gym, Teddy gets completely stuck on something.
You're gonna tear it off!
I look behind me and Teddy is wildly flailing his arms around. Can't see anything holding him back. What the? What kind of trick is
Hey!
this?
You almost made me lose my head!
Ignoring the huge fuss Teddy's making, I reach over towards where Teddy is stuck, but I don't feel anything. Guess I'll just have to try again. I pull on the back of Teddy's head towards me with all my strength. He's definitely stuck on something. For a moment it looked like the zipper on Teddy's neck warped. Whatever, it'll probably just my imagination.
Looks like there's a wall that I can get through, but you can't. What a bizarre place this is.
Says the half-naked cape guy who pulled at my head so hard it almost came off!
Oh well, I'll have to leave you here. Make sure you don't go anywhere alone, you hear me?
He can't. I can't burn any more time here. As I turn my back towards Teddy to proceed on, his yells echo inside the gym.
I won't let you abandon me! I get lonely real fast! I'm coming with you!
An enormous crash reverberates throughout the area. When I turn around and see a flattened Teddy fluttering to the ground like a sheet of paper falling off a desk. He must have gotten a running start and slammed right into whatever they're at full force. Did he just run straight into an invisible wall head first without even thinking about how much that would hurt? This guy said that General is an enemy of his friends, and because his friends are at risk, he can't just leave everything to me. His lack of regard for personal safety may be because he's so worried about his friends. He behaves oddly, but once you look past that, I can totally empathize with him.
Sorry. I'll come back for you when all this is settled.
Just hang tight, Teddy. I know it's a tough situation. I hurry to where the enemy is, for my mission and for the sake of Teddy and his friends. When I step outside the gym, I hear a cheer from somewhere. The voices seem to be coming from outside the school building. Did a large number of people come into this world? This place is supposed to be a world inside the TV, but this kind of seems like a real school. Feels like an event like a culture festival or field day taking place. There's still so much about this place I don't know. There were so many parts of Teddy's explanation I couldn't grasp. I need first-hand knowledge. I need to see things with my own eyes. I step out to what looks like the school's main gate and check the nameplate.
Yasagami High School. I remember seeing that name in the report on Inaba.
So what Teddy told me about this place being scenery made to look like an actual high school is correct. But why recreate a high school building inside a TV? As I'm taking stock of my surroundings, a high-pitched girl's voice emanates from a nearby speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, what will the next match be like?
An abrupt, confusing school announcement. Cheers arise from somewhere, seemingly in response to the announcement. I sense the presence of others, and when I look around, I notice silhouettes of students that seem to be watching from all angles. Are they human? They look human, but I don't sense any life from them. No matter where in the world I went, people were excited from a battle, had a spark to them, and these guys don't have it.
Wow, this is one fired up crowd. Hi everyone, I, Rizette, will be your commentator. But first, the General would like to say a few words. The mic's all yours, sir.
As if answering the commotion, the monitor set up in the center turns on. Then General Teddy appears on screen. Goddamn sack, hey, good morning, maid. I haven't slept. I'm so tired. Good morning.
Ahem. Well then, I'm proud to announce the opening of our very own P1
All
Grand
you've missed
Prix.
is that you can use personas in the real world by just really wanting to.
Presenting the manliest of all men! Oh, so you've come this far. I applaud your bravery in not running away.
Still hiding behind a monitor? It's about time you showed up in person. I'll crush you.
Nope, sorry, but I'm not falling for a cheap ploy like that. You better follow the rules. Allow me to explain. The P1 Grand Prix is a one-on-one battle. Those who are paired off must fight. Only the winner may move on.
Only the winner may move on? Then that invisible wall that Teddy ran into with his face must be part of the contest this guy set up.
Interesting. Who are you gonna make me fight?
A bizarre laugh plays and the image of the screen switches. What showed up seemed like an odd commercial for a P1 Grand Prix. Someone produced a video like that for this event. Does that mean everyone here is a willing participant? From the looks of it, they seem like ordinary students. I don't think everyday students like this would be involved in the hijacking of an airplane and the stealing of Labrys, but...
Who are they?
I don't have to answer that.
P1 Grand Prix still sounds like a Revelations racing game. Okay, so, Atlas put out a survey about, like, the basic idea of the survey that they put out was, like, have you played previous Atlas games, and, would you like, how do you feel about mobile games, and would you like ports of older games? What systems would you like the ports of older games on? And if we were to make, specifically, Persona and SMT spin-offs, what genres would you like to see spin-offs in? And one of the answers is racing game. So, buckle up for Demi-Fiend versus Nanashi in go-karts. I took that survey and I said I wanted Devil Summoner ports. I didn't get to take the survey. I just found out about it. But the, like, site wasn't working or whatever.
Sorry, but I don't have time to play along. I'm taking back Labrys.
You are?
The general on the screen looked shocked by my words. He'd be evasive or just laughed at anything I said until now, but this obviously struck a nerve.
Don't think everything's gonna be that easy for you. You all should suffer and suffer and then suffer
something
some
about
more.
SMT fucking racing is the funniest thing in the world. It was a few years ago. Oh, that you took... No, there's a new survey. I'm not exactly sure what specifically antagonized him, but it seems like he definitely knows something about Labrys. You think you can make me suffer, huh? Well, bring it on. They added, like, a few new options to the new survey. I think Racing Game is new, and they also added Devil Survivor, which apparently wasn't on the old one. Because they forgot about Devil Survivor, I guess. You think you can make me suffer? Huh, well, bring it on. I flourish my cape and head into the school building.
It won't be easy, huh?
I think about what the general said a moment ago. I honestly can't think of too many things in my life when things went easily. Growing up as an orphan, my memories of losing what was precious to me. I've never gotten too burdened by it, but I've constantly been pitted by others for my misfortunes.
Whatever. I never expected it to be.
Oh yeah, and they added Steam as an option for ports. Which, yes please. The pain of loss is a source of determination. I must stay strong in order to protect those who are precious and by my side right now. I proceed through the school building, and after climbing a number of stairs, I notice something odd. This place is larger on the inside and looks on the outside. The hallways don't turn in the direction you'd expect after seeing the outside of the buildings, and the way the classrooms connect with each other is bizarre as well.
This is what I'd figure another world would be like.
I reach towards an upcoming corner and come into contact with an invisible wall. I see, so this is what prevented Teddy from following me. I couldn't have done much earlier, but now that I can actually touch it... I put all my strength into that strike, but the wall barely gave it all. If it shakes, that means it's taking some damage. If I keep attacking it, I may be able to break through a portion if I punch my way out. But I really don't know how much of this whole charade I can break through by destroying these walls. It wouldn't be the smart way, depending on my energy. That's when something catches my eye. A window. When I reach towards it, the invisible wall doesn't impede my progress. Yes,
Whoever set this
meat
up only
path!
thought about blocking people's paths. Anywhere there already was a real wall got overlooked.
I'm not obligated to play by the enemy's gimmicks. If they want me to go on one way, maybe I can gain an advantage by taking a route they don't expect.
And I'll just go another way.
So the Tartarus interest theme, have you ever heard the beta version? Not unless it was already in FES. I put my hand on the window frame and I jump outside. Hey, Papa Bless! Posture and hydrate? Oh boy, okay, I'll hydrate, but... You're asking too much with posture. Ugh. Yeah, that's about the best I got for posture. I gotcha. So he just also welcome. I land near a classroom that seems to be half underground. Oh, I thought this was going to be the meat route. How you doing? I don't know if you just lurking or you fully in, but how you doing anyway? I look through one of the windows, so the interior is odd. It looks like a music room. The window's closed, but it's still just a glass window. If there were a real school, I'd hesitate to do this, but hey, this is a fake world. I rear back and put my fist through the window. It's still real glass, whoa, you idiot!
Who are you?
There's another visitor inside the room. He's a well-built young man in a school uniform.
You're that guy from the
I'd link
video.
it, but you can't hear it. It's like weird noise and banging with a piano played backwards. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember what the Tartarus theme was, because Fuka gives you the ability to change it, and it was just the theme of Maya the entire time.
Did you just come falling from up there? What's going on? Answer me!
I remember now. You're the blood-curdling beefsteak emperor.
Well, okay, that's a more delicious-sounding name.
Hell no, come on! Did you even try to remember my name?
So that P1 Grand Prix thing has already started.
I recall the rule that those who encounter each other must fight each other. The general said that only the winner can proceed. I decided to see if the rules are still in effect, and I reached towards the exit of the music room. I feel the same wall barring my path I felt earlier. The same goes for the window I came from. It's irritating that I'll have to follow the rules and fight, but since the walls can't be easily destroyed, I've got no choice. I don't know what kind of circumstances this kanji guy faced with, but if we're gonna fight, we might as well do it right.
Hey, take off your clothes.
And then the music kicks in. Not normal Tartarus like the song that plays at the entrance to the door when you pick your party and go through the Velvet Room. Yeah, even that I don't remember. I played P3 on my old memory card that I had to replace, so I'm not even sure. Like, I probably played it 2019, my guess.
What the hell? How can you ask that straight out?
It's in this game, is it? Okay.
What's wrong with what I said? Won't it be hard to maneuver wearing that?
Maneuver?
Why is he getting all flustered? Are we finding out that Kanji would totally go for Akihiko? Because, I mean, I don't blame him. Fucking look at the guy. His face is red. Maybe he's not feeling well.
What are you all flustered for? I'm talking about your jacket. If you don't wear it right, it'll get in your way during the fight.
Oh, my jacket? You just said that to begin with? There's no real meaning behind this. It's like, just the way I wear it.
It's plain weird.
Dude, you are in a literal cape right now.
Says the guy who's half naked except for a cape.
There we go.
Seriously, you're ridiculous. It's bad manners to jump out a window like that.
The general makes a disgusted face and seems pretty upset about me mucking up his plans.
Sorry to say, I've never been big on manners. Too bad things didn't go your way.
We'll see if you can keep that attitude up for long. You must fight whoever you're paired with. Now get started!
No, honestly, my hope is that the rest of the routes are pretty short so I can go the fuck to sleep. I understand that, but I can't attack someone who doesn't have the urge to fight. I turn towards Kanji to spur him on, but his expression is completely different than it was before. Adult Akihiko and Trinity Sora, weak normal guy in a suit. Arena Akihiko, mini Hulk. Yeah, he mentioned this. So this is the past like 4 routes we've done have had the most Persona lore information. Like all of my questions that I've ever asked are basically being answered. It's fucking nuts. Like we found out that all Persona users can't enter TVs. But a Persona user can enter the TV if they're in the Inaba region, but it's region located. It's a region locked ability. We found out that anyone can summon their personas in the real world. The evokers help with this, but if you train yourself, you can summon it without an evoker. So this is like a thing you can learn to do, because Akihiko learned to do it, and then Mitsuru's was just like a fucking cluster dump of information, she basically explained analytical personas all the way through. It was amazing. This game turned into like lore dump the game. Or at least mechanics dump the game. Like, this game is answering all of my and Akihiko confirmed that he can't dodge bullets. Like, all of my questions are being answered. It's great. I mean, the game still sucks, but it's great that every question I've ever had is being answered by this fucking thing. So does that confirm that the Dark Hour is no different than the normal world? No. So, the Dark Hour, this is addressed in Mitsuru's. The Dark Hour is a function similar to the collective unconscious and, like, palaces. Or I should say, specifically Tartarus. They don't specify the Dark Hour, but considering they created an artificial Dark Hour in this game, it is implied that, like, Tartarus and the Dark Hour and the metaverse and the TV world, they all function the same. They're all basically, like, inside of these worlds, it's easier to summon your persona than it is in the real world. But you can also summon them in the real world. It's just easier in bullshit lands. I'm now calling them bullshit lands. But yeah, the Dark Hour is, in fact... also, it implied that the Dark Hour only occurs in that city, which was interesting. So the P1 and P2 cast can just summon their shit by saying come because they're big-dicked? Yes. Exactly. And so can Akihiko, apparently. But in theory, anyone can do it. He specifically stated that you need the resolve to do it, which I think was interesting. I turned towards Kanji to spur him on, but his expression is completely different than it was before. The redness in his cheeks is gone, and there's fire in his eyes that almost seems murderous. I imagine Akihiko has a big dick. It does come off that way. Looks like there's no need for me to worry after all.
You keep saying the weirdest crap. It's like I'll have to make you leave. Let's get this started, Capey!
What, now you're interested? Alright, come and get me.
You're not really strong anyway. You're just a fake. Nothing worthy about it.
But yeah, Mitsuru's route was, like, fucking fascinating, too. Like, we found out about Artificial Dark Hour. The phrase pseudo-potential came up. Like, I called it, and I'm like, oh shit, does that ring give you, like, some kind of, like, fake potential? And then it's like, yeah, it gives you a pseudo-potential. I'm like, yo, this shit is nuts. They could just trigger the Dark Hour whenever they want. They have, like, the technology to do that. That's fucking crazy. We found out how, like, analytical personas function. Oh god, it was amazing. I mean, it was terrible, but it was great for lore purposes.
What's that supposed to mean?
Shut up! Why don't ask yourself that? Here goes.
Also, I have a name for analytical personas now that isn't sensor type, which I stole from Naruto. In P3P in the Love Hotel, Akihiko comes in with nothing to tell, and even after the mind control goes away, he says to FMC, so we doing this or what?
Finally!
To be fair, in P3, I think you actually have sex with those girls.
You ain't bad!
You're unstoppable!
Jam it! Caesar! You ain't bad! Jam it!
Uppercut!
That's nothing!
Will this miraculous
Ready?
move pass
Do it.
time?
Nothing. Nothing.
What a devastating blow.
It's heavily implied, yeah.
Nothing.
Caesar ain't bad.
The opponent still standing.
Cut. Nothing.
Parker's solo has been destroyed.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god!
Has the battle been decided?
Oh god!
Sides have awakened. This could go either way. A round of applause for both
And then outright
sides.
said with Elizabeth. Yes. Yes. You know, despite his reputation, Shad Narukami sure doesn't have many sex scenes. Or I think any of them. Maybe Christmas? Take a deep breath next to the collapsed Kanji to lower my heart rate and wind down from battle. Then I calmly re-examine my surroundings. During the battle, I noticed that spectating students had charged into something completely different. They're not humans, they're silhouettes shaped like people or something. I don't know why they're showing their true form now, but that's fine. He can't fuck while Nanako is home and he never gets invited there. That, you know what? Fair enough. We have to protect Nanako's poor innocent ears. Even if she is the killer. If they're not humans, then there's no need to worry about them. I'll just leave them be. And if they can happen to turn hostile, I can easily crush lifeless creatures like that. Kanji regains consciousness. He was recovered much more quickly than I was expecting.
It's amazing.
Excuse me.
So this is what you meant by going at it with nothing to hide.
When did I say that?
You're one passionate guy. Guess you're no ordinary pervert.
Oh, since when am I a pervert?
Well, Kanji flashes a bright smile that's different from the one he displayed before the fight. Anger and hatred seem to have fled his body entirely now that the fight is over. Seems like he's got spirit.
Oh, man, for a dream, this sure hurts.
Oh man, and we gotta learn about the Shadow Operatives, which is like the coolest thing that Persona has done nothing with.
Huh? That's weird. How come a dude I've never met before is here in my dream?
A dream? What are you talking about? Aren't we inside the TV world?
Huh?
The TV world. If you can dream with your eyes open, I'm pretty impressed.
What? You're inside the TV?
Like, if P6
Seriously
isn't
thought this was all
about
a
the
dream.
Shadow Operatives, I will be disappointed. It doesn't seem like Kanji's acting. He honestly seems to think this entire thing was all a dream. I thought that the people in the promo video were related to the General. Maybe everyone here was actually dragged into this by force. If so, I can't abandon the others who were in that video either.
Hey, do you have any idea who the other people in that video were?
They were pretty much all my friends, but... Oh, crap.
Kanji clutches his head as something occurs to him. This seems
Thought
quite
this
serious.
was a dream, so I kinda sorta beat the snot out of a couple of them.
Well, if they lost to someone who was half asleep, they'll just have to suck it up.
You think so? Things are just that black and white to you, huh?
Seriously? I thought it was going to be some important information. This Kanji guy's been yanked out of his normal life into this weird situation, yet he seems oddly blasé about it.
If this isn't a dream, then Ted and Rise are really hosting it?
General Teddy. The other Teddy said that he was a fake.
A fake? You're kidding me! How'd he make such a perfect copy of the bear suit?
That's the part you're hung up on?
But yeah. They're hardly twisted bastards who enjoy watching friends crush each other.
You seem pretty sure of your friends.
Man, the things I went through with those guys. And here I thought you were a pervert who wasn't listening to a word I said. Guess I had you figured wrong.
Looks like the guy's having a tough enough time changing the way he thinks about me. Maybe he's just an idiot. The way his expression changes to that honest and relieved look when he's talking about his friends. Seems that he has friends that he can really trust. If I'd met under less dangerous circumstances, I wouldn't mind sitting around chatting with him for a bit. I'd recommend a video on YouTube called Iwatodai Radio. It was basically just Lotus Juice and other Japanese rap with radio sounds at the start. Huh. Alright. But I have a duty to
By
attend
the way,
right now.
have you heard the name Labris anywhere? She's supposed to be somewhere in here.
Huh? Lab rat? What?
I see. Well,
I
if
like
you don't know,
lotus
don't worry
juice.
about it.
And with that, I leave Kanji and begin walking towards the door. Kanji calls out
wait
and
a
stops
second.
me.
You haven't told me anything about you. Who are you? What did you come inside the TV for?
There's no point in explaining.
What?
Kanji attempts to stop me, but he changes his mind. His expression tells me he's not satisfied with this outcome, but he swallows frustration and takes a seat on the ground. Since he's fought against a number of people already, he must understand he can't proceed because he lost. Lotus Juice is the best singer Atlas has used. Kanji looks directly into my eyes and
Well, I
speaks
was the
up.
loser here, so I can't complain. This isn't a dream, and my friends are in trouble.
That's all you need to say. I answer with a smile.
I know. I won't let anything happen to him.
The way you fought says it all. You can't throw punches like that without a shitload of training. You could feel your determination behind every one.
Yeah, the same's true for you.
Praise is exchanged after trying to beat each other senseless. We have a moment that only those who have just brawled against each other can share. Which is why he's featured in multiple games and has even written some of the English lyrics for songs he didn't sing. Lotus Juice didn't work on 4, right? When I was in the boxing club, there was only a handful of guys who could stand to trade blows with me just like he did. Considering that he's this good with his self-taught fighting skills, there's no question he'd become an unparalleled fighter if he had proper training.
But you should be careful. My friends are hella strong, you know? If you're not careful, you'll be eating pavement.
So that's supposed to be a genuine warning for me, or was that a boast about how great his friends are? He's in the 4 anime and some spin-offs. Okay. You see, I never watched the 4 anime outside of that one episode. Either way, I can understand the feeling behind his words, so I smile back at him.
I don't know about that. My fists can't be stopped that easily.
There's nothing more I need to say to Kanji. I turn and begin running down the hallway. I always thought Lotus Juice was a group. Sometime after parting ways with Kanji,
Pointless.
I'm still wandering aimlessly through the school building. I have no idea if the path I'm taking right now is correct or not, because the invisible walls keep getting in my way. I spot another window and reach towards it.
Guess they fixed that little loophole.
Didn't take very long to put invisible walls over the windows. Just as I pull my hand back, the PA system blares.
No more breaking the rules. Seriously, why can't some people follow simple directions?
You act like I ever intended on following your rules.
The fact that they've gone to the trouble to correct their oversights means that limiting our movements must be very important to them. They don't want to let us escape, so that probably means that there's something waiting up ahead that they placed there for me. I follow the path dictated by invisible walls until I reach a classroom. Is this where they wanted me to go?
Akihiko, you're all right.
Oh no.
And again, seeing you isn't necessarily cause for celebration. If we're both here in one place, that means...
In an interview, said part of the reason he was hired is because he lived in New Jersey and spoke English. He said Burn My Dread's lyrics were incredibly broken to the point Jojo Mujiro was asked him to rewrite it. Wait, was it worse or better? Because the P4A soundtrack is delightful nonsense.
Yeah, looks like it.
Who I found inside the classroom was none other than Mitsuru. Normally running into her would be a great relief since it would give me a capable ally, but since the stupid P1 rules are in effect, that isn't the case here.
You're my next opponent.
Oh yeah, we also found out that Mitsuru can only be sensed by people who know her personally.
This is exactly what the enemy wanted.
When Mitsuru makes this bitter declaration, the monitor inside the classroom turns on. He said they made no sense and was asked to rewrite parts of it. Okay. Oh, was he given Burn My Dread and then was like, hey, I fucked this up, can you fix it? And then he fixed it? It's the general. Gotcha,
Well,
gotcha.
This is about to get real interesting. An unwanted battle between friends. I hope you two enjoy it to the fullest.
Is that supposed to upset us? Can you believe this guy, Mitsuru?
This is certainly an unwanted battle between friends. I have no intentions of fighting against Mitsuru, but we understand what needs to be done in order to accomplish the mission. There's no way we would allow something this little to shake our resolve. But oddly, when I look towards Mitsuru, I see her looking
Sorry,
at me with pity.
Akihiko. I believe I may have driven you into a corner.
Huh? What do you mean?
I should have realized much sooner. It's not strength you truly desire. What you really want is to forget your fear of losing others. That's why you throw yourself so fervently into your training. It's a twisted form of escape. At the very least, you can allow me to put an end to such things.
Oh, and we figured out how Lapras is doing this. Forget my fears of losing others, huh? As Mitsuru knows well, I've lost countless things until now. And that anxiety that buried somewhere in my heart may strike at me at any moment. But the Mitsuru I know wouldn't bring up something like that at a time like this. It'd be obvious to any friend of Mitsuru. There's something going on here.
Teddy, and Kanji also started getting personal before the fight. Is this some kind of trick?
I've got no idea what you're talking about. Sounds
There's a part
to
in the
me
P4
like
anime
she
where Yu
means
makes a
it.
paper crane and Rise tries to make one and Yu sees her and says, "You suck." Get fucked, Rise.
I don't know what you're up to here, but you're gonna have to try harder. It's fine, though. I'll just take this chance to enjoy some serious sparring.
Those who encounter one another must fight, only the victor may proceed. Since this rule still stands, we've got to fight. They removed any choice we had. I turned to face Mitsuru
There were a
once
bunch
again.
of people I wanted to fight once I got back to Japan, to test my skills. And you were at the top of the list, Mitsuru. Didn't think I'd get a chance so soon, though.
Mitsuru takes a stance without saying a word. The tension of the battle sends a tingle through all the muscles
Here
in my
goes,
body.
Akihiko.
Come and get me, Mitsuru!
Yeah, so we found out Lapras is doing this by projecting a sound that only certain people can hear. People who are able to hear the sound are Mitsuru, Rise, and Naoto. Although I think Teddy can probably hear it too, because it seems to be based on analytical personas. I don't recall Teddy ever being in the room when the sound went off.
Kneel before me!
Oh shit, I forgot I wasn't Mitsuru.
Right now!
You're unstoppable.
I'm coming for you! What?
This won't be that easy. Has the battle been decided? The fence has been shattered.
Uppercut!
Ice. The opponent's still
Kneel
standing.
before me! No!
Uppercut!
How unfortunate.
There's also a part where Yu
Better
gives
luck
a
next
motivational
time.
speech and everyone's all pumped about it. The speech was about eating mega beef roll. Yo, that beef bowl, though, is a real thing in that game. Like, if you want to max your social stats, you need to eat those fucking beef bowls. Fun fact. Persona 4 is the hardest Persona game to max all of your social stats in, because the amount of value you get out of raising your social stats per activity is actually random, and I believe only that game. I don't even think it was random in 3. Which makes doing fucking 4 a fucking nightmare. I mean, it's also random in some parts of 5, but you pretty much always get the same value in everything other than tool making. And that is why I barely made it through that game with all of my social links intact. I think I had, what was it, one week left, I think? Not as bad as 3, but 3 has more social links. The part in the 5 anime during the school festival where the protagonist goes into a haunted house, comes up behind a girl in a black cloak and white mask, and he grabs her and says, "Show me your true form." So they have fun with it, is what you're saying. Although I've heard the anime are terrible and you shouldn't watch them. The battle's over. I glance down at Mitsuru. She keeps her firm expression and opens her mouth.
I yield. Your skills have improved tremendously, Akihiko.
Pardon.
Yours too. I was really worried there that you might execute me.
Mitsuru gives me a smirk. The 5 anime is terrible. Oh, yeah, another thing we've learned is that Mitsuru has at least 2 maids working for her that are not members of the Persona 3 cast that do have personas. She just has persona maids. That's the Mitsuru I know. So her odd behavior prior to the fight was all the general's work, I wonder. It's just slightly worse than the Devil Survivor 2 anime. See, I only read the Devil Survivor 1 manga a little bit. And I feel like I say that every time Devil Survivor comes.
Mitsuru, what did I say to you before the fight?
Huh? Why do you ask? As I recall, you said some unkind things about my late father.
I knew it. Of course I have no memories of saying such things, because I didn't say them. 4 and 5 anime have fun with it, the P3 anime is doom and gloom. I only know about the movies for that. I always meant to watch it, but I knew I was never going to get around to it. The general's probably got some trick that warps the opponent's reality so that good friends will hate each other. Maybe it was all an illusion. I don't understand how it all works, but there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Mitsuru and I turn towards the monitor, and a smugly smile at the general. His little gimmick was completely useless. General Teddy can barely contain his hatred as he responds.
How can you fight without holding back like that? People hesitate more when they face their friends. They break down. They suffer. So how come you aren't suffering? Why? I don't understand.
Teddy over here about to give a fucking Joker speech.
I'm not surprised. Anyone who needs to trick people to get his way wouldn't understand. Our bonds aren't that flimsy.
After the general glowers at us, the communication cuts off. Suffer, huh? The general was going about making us suffer earlier. Is that why he has us all fighting here to make us suffer? But then why would he steal Lapras?
Akihiko, let's compare notes. I want to confirm our situation.
Right. Although I don't have much for you.
God, now I'm thinking about fucking Persona anime, and then my brain went back to that Atlas survey, and then my brain went to fucking Persona / SMT Mario Kart. And how much that needs to exist. I gave her a summary of everything I figured up to this point. Since Mitsuru's persona has the search ability, I'm sure she's been able to gather much more information than I have. She seems to already know everything that I've discovered, so Mitsuru then fills me in on what she's learned. I guess is safe, though neither of us have encountered her. All the high school students in the commercials seem to be Persona users. And the General seems to be gathering Persona users into this world. Unfortunately, neither of us know his intentions are. But more importantly, where's Lapras?
Did you find Lapras?
Iga seems to have made contact with her. She seems to be calling herself the student council president of the school. In fact, she's going so far as to play the part.
Play the part?
She seems to be unaware that she entered a TV. It's possible that someone forced her in here, but that doesn't explain why she's acting out a role in school life.
I have no idea what could be about right now. This place is a school, but it's still a copy of the school in another world. What kind of school life could possibly be here?
I heard a strange voice. I'm not certain, but it's most likely Lapras. Either her inner thoughts or her memories. It was a voice of deep sorrow, suffering, sadness.
Oh, shit.
It was so vivid I wanted to cover my ears.
Mitsuru casts down her eyes as if reliving the pain. A great portion of the Ergo research data was lost because of actions of a former researcher. He was the mastermind behind the events 3 years ago. All this must be mortifying for Mitsuru. That man is the reason why her family was taken from her.
If that was truly Labrys, then she's practically human. She may not be that far behind Aegis in terms of mimesis.
Sure, Aegis' sister unit would have a mind. But does that mean the older version is more advanced?
Doesn't seem likely, but I can't say for certain. Still, I'm only speculating. But I feel like her deeply negative emotions are connected to this tournament.
Final movie does this thing I love. It starts the point in the game where they learn about the Fallen are all depressed and the color palette in the movie is all gray and the protagonist goes out with Elizabeth and he goes up to the edge of a broken bridge to jump off when Elizabeth gives him the whole velvet room, make your decisions, and he decides to fight Nyx. The movie color palette gets a lot brighter. Always thought that was cool. Oh yeah, that sounds cool.
Connected how?
Do you really think Labrys was stolen?
Just gonna put it out there, they ain't no reason to fucking kill yourself to fight Nyx, is all I'm saying.
The generals seem to want to make us suffer rather than eliminate us. Would a thief wish for that? Or draw in unrelated high school students?
I see. That General Teddy's actions do seem in line with what Labrys wants. He actually may in fact be
But I'm the
Labrys.
kind of person that would have always chosen to punch Nyx in the face.
It's possible that Labrys regained consciousness much earlier
P3
and
movies are the best
escaped when she
animated
was
because
being
they're all
transported.
movies. Yeah, that makes sense. I can't deny that possibility now. But there's something else. Oh, I probably missed something. Oh. We knew that. But there's something else I do now.
You're doing your brow furrowing thing again.
What? That doesn't matter right now.
You're overthinking things. All this conjecture and speculation will drive you nuts. Let's pick this up again once we defeat the enemy.
Mitsuru has always been like this. She imagines worst-case scenarios that haven't even happened yet and burdens herself coming up with contingency plans based on them. Even though she doesn't necessarily step moving forward, it certainly does weigh her down. Sometimes we need that hard-headedness, but there's time and place for it.
Ever think that maybe it's you who's underthinking things?
Anyway, there's no time to lose right now. You know where the enemy is, right?
Yes, I've traced its location. It should be nearby.
If Mitsuru is immune to ice, why does she wear a big check?
I will leave the rest to you, Akihiko. Don't disappoint me.
Style! As Mitsuru says those words, her expression softens a bit. To combat the fire weakness. As Mitsuru says those words, her expression softens a bit. It seems I've been able to reach her.
Of course not.
Her suit makes her invisible to analytical personas. That's why she's wearing that. Mitsuru has grown well. She's changed since the battle 3 years ago. Now that I think about it, a lot of time has passed since then. None of us remain standing in the past. We've all changed. I part ways with Mitsuru and hurry on ahead. According to Mitsuru's research, the enemy seems nearby. The enemy is waiting for their encounter with us as well. Well, that's one wish I won't mind granting at all. Just as I reach the top of the stairs, a loud noise punctuates the atmosphere. Is someone on a rampage with a persona? No, that's not it. It's some sort of sound that a massive object creates upon impact. I hear it again coming from the room ahead. There are no invisible walls that prevent me from making my way towards the sound, and I finally reach my destination.
Room.
Man,
Here we
Akihiko really does have a short route. They really had nothing planned for this boy. The monitors and PA system must have been controlled from this room. You know what I just thought about? Ellen is in Revelations just knew what a devil summoner was. Yep. Yep. I grabbed the door handle, but it won't open. This is different from those invisible walls, however. It's just an ordinary door. Sorry if there's a broadcast going on, but I'm gonna punch my way through. I smashed through the door and into the room.
It's that red cape guy I saw earlier!
Oh god, why Chie of all characters? One of them I recognize from the video, but the other is an unfamiliar face. It's my first time seeing her, but I immediately know who she is. On account of being a fucking robot that isn't Aegis. She looks like a regular person aside from all of her mechanical parts. It's Labrys. And
so it
General
wasn't
Teddy.
Labrys after all.
Immediately, General Teddy, who's glaring at me, begins to change. When you fight the girl in black, the students tell her she sends demons to school. She says that girl must be a devil summoner. How the fuck do you know what that is? I feel like I mentioned that, didn't I? I definitely remember it striking me as odd. Wait, wasn't that in Revelations? I remember something like that coming up. I'm not even sure if I remember that specific scene, because I don't know if that was in Megami Baroku. It might have been a different line of dialogue, but I remember something like that coming up. Like, they just kind of, like, casually mentioned it at one point. Elena's in Eternal Punishment mentions the Gomadon. Gomadan. It was, Oh, was it Snow Queen? No, Ellen's not in Snow Queen, right? I think it was in the Snow Queen route I'm thinking about. There's a line about it. Is Ellen a devil summoner spent holding out on us? Yeah, because they mention it around Tamaki, I believe, right? Oh yeah, she is in Snow Queen. Yeah, so I think it was in the Snow Queen route I was thinking about.
Another Labrys.
Oh, interesting. It's almost like the routes connect to each other. Well, this is completely unexpected. Wait, does that mean in the Aegis route we're gonna see Kanji get, like, put through a fucking wall? I can't even come up with a reason why something like this would occur. Maybe this is another one of his illusions. No, if that would be true. Actually, that might actually be how everyone knows, is that Tamaki was like, hey, I can summon demons. Look at my sword. Not if that were true. What I'm seeing would be more direct assault on my inner thoughts. I start inventing and discarding possible reasons for that happening. Eventually, I cast aside all my theories. I take a deep breath and calm myself. What is my objective? I was summoned to retrieve Labrys to prevent any danger from spreading. Doesn't matter if there's 1, 2, or 20 of her. My initial objectives are unaffected, and I will give everything I have to complete my mission.
I'll just calm them both down.
I taught both of them maliciously stare daggers at me. Okay, well, Akihiko was a very short route, but I didn't get a lot of information from it. Well, the other student said Tamaki didn't like talking about her old school. Oh, God, that's a good point. Alright, I bet Aegis is gonna be a fucking lore dump.
Are you awake?
I'm sorry. I had turned off my consciousness to test the new equipment installed on me.
During Snow Queen, they said she was explaining demon names and races
Yes,
to her.
that's why we use the emergency channel. We've been asked to go into action.
Has something happened? Who sent the request?
We'll brief you on the details in transit. Also, regulations say that the member with the lowest serial number is in command. Currently, that's you.
Is that Adachi?
I'm in command? Are you sure about this? After all,
You're well suited for it, in my opinion.
Understood.
Is Adachi a Shadow Op? May 1st, 2012. That would be the biggest fucking plot twist in Persona history. And that's why I think it's just the same voice actor. May 1st, 2012, 9:30. Men equipped with assault suits and tactical vests line the concrete ground. Their urban camouflage and unmoving poses give them the appearance of ordinary line of rocks. 30 minutes have passed since the arrival of the special assault team took positions near the passenger plane stepped on the landing strip. Their captain glares at the passenger plane before he slowly turns around and looks at each of his men. Every last one wears ski masks and thick tactical visors to mask their identity, but he knows them nevertheless.
Tell me about the situation and make it quick. We don't have much time.
One of the team steps forward next to him. The touchscreen tablet in his right hand has a summary of cases on it. Pardon. On May 1st, 2012, around 900 hours, a wide-body passenger aircraft headed for Kagoshima was sent 7,500 squawk code during passenger boarding. Following the signal, the captain reported to the control tower that their aircraft had been hijacked. Since the uprising occurred during passenger boarding, only half the passengers, 168 exactly, have been boarded. Wait a minute, you don't need demon races in Persona. The 10 crew members bring it to a total of 178 hostages thought to be on board. Some passengers seated near the hatch had succeeded in escaping. The following points were gained from questioning them. Take care not to be seen by the hijackers. There are 3 hijackers. All of them are covering their faces with ski masks. All of them are armed with what seems to be pistols. I actually wonder if there's almost an implication that they have races in the first game. Do they? Oh, I thought it was always Arcana. I was gonna say is I wonder if there's almost an implication races only matter to negotiation. Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah. If the implication is that demons have races and Arcana, and the Cathedral of Shadows is way overcomplicating fucking demon fusion. Like, they got like a PhD in demon fusion, and they're like, I'm gonna use everything I learned. They have both Fairy Jack Frost, Lover's Arcana. Which means they are overcomplicating demon fusion. I had to look up a fucking chart in Nocturne. And even the chart was confusing. All of them are armed what seem to be pistols. From their voices and builds, they appear to be males. I could not find a good... I wanted to find a... like, I wanted to find a fusion calculator like I had for Persona. For Persona, but I couldn't find a good one. I could find, like, descriptions of fusions, but I couldn't find one that's like, add this, and then you get that. From their voices and builds, they appear to be males. They all spoke fluent Japanese. You don't physically fuse the demon in P1, you fuse cards that represent them. Oh, right. Yeah. Currently, the aircraft in question has been... That's... I'm really glad they got rid of that. You know, you could make the theory that the reason they stopped doing that is because demon fusion got more advanced over time. You could make that argument. Obviously, the answer is that they just thought it would be more stylish to not have that, but you could make the argument that Philemon got better at demon fusion technology. Currently, the aircraft moved to the front of the landing strip. The hijackers' insistence and stopped there. The authorities have attempted to negotiate with hijackers by radio, but they've made no demands. The team member finishes his report. The captain nods silently and addresses his team. Revelations race was for negotiations. Arcana was for fusion.
Not even me have dealt with this
and
before.
What persona can be used by who. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I feel like I tried to not engage with demon negotiations in 1 as hard as possible, because it's a mechanic I almost always try to not engage with.
Still, the procedure remains the same. Trust yourself, remember your training, and keep a cool head.
The captain turns towards the plane again. Taking that as a cue, the team scatters to their specified posts and takes up positions. The only thing to do now is see what happens. I kind of prefer the, like, devil summoner way of doing it, where you just punch them until they join you. Eventually 10 comes around. Half an hour has passed already with no new developments. Repeated attempts to raise the hijackers have been made, but they have yet to make any demands. Tensions are beginning to rise. The worst case scenario is that they have no need to make demands, and that their objective is to seize the passenger plane itself. In this case, the team would be facing a large-scale terrorist attack.
Come on, talk to us.
The captain mutters to himself, deep in thought. From the perspective... Also, in Strikers, you just punch them until they join you. The captain mutters to himself, deep in thought. From the perspective of rescuing the hostages, every second that passes without learning the hijacker's objective is a second wasted. The captain and his team can wait in hiding, but the same is not true for passengers on board. We all know the leading researcher in demon fusion. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's Frankenstein, right? That's only in Soulless Army. Every Devil Summoner has negotiations. He walked so we could run. For untrained civilians, extreme stress can lead to physical and mental problems. See, we wouldn't have the fusion guillotine if it wasn't for Frankenstein. He got us there. It's true not only for hostages, but for hijackers as well. When people lose their nerve, they tend to act rashly. The hostages will begin to lose hope, and hijackers will begin taking it out on the hostages. An hour into the incident, anything could be happening inside the plane. The captain would do nothing but glare as time ticked by. I saw a video about top 10 SMT games that aren't Persona today, and I thought it was pretty decent. But I don't know too much about SMT, so there you go. It was also very loose on what was considered SMT, because it was basically just top 10, like, Mega 10 games that weren't Persona, but... The captain could do nothing but glare as time ticked by. After 15 more minutes passed, a slight change in the situation was reported. All emails and calls go through the stations near the airport are being checked. The details of the message thought to be from inside the plane are not confirmed. It appeared that the hijackers had confiscated all cellular phones as per standard hijacking.
Sir, there's a report from HQ. They picked up a transmission from one of the passengers' cell phones. It's a smartphone with GPS, so they can tell it's inside the plane.
Confirm those details for me.
There are two possibilities. The hijacker is using a passenger phone to contact associates outside, or that a passenger is contacting someone in secret. The latter is a possibility, more likely. More and more devices have communication capabilities now, making it extremely difficult for hijackers to remove them entirely from play. And the more hostages involved, the more courageous they become and more likely to take risks. Unfortunately, more hostages involved means it's all the more dangerous to provoke the hijackers. Each individual hostage is worth less to them. The details of the transmission makes it apparent that the situation is worse than the team assumed. The cellular phone is a man in the 60s in first class. He signed up with certain service after being diagnosed with a heart illness. I learned from a cop in high school, former cop, and he became a teacher. And he said that if you kill a hostage during a hostage negotiation, you're pretty much fucked. Like... Because once they know you're willing to kill a hostage, their goal is now to take your ass out. Also, the second you kind of start killing hostages, that's, to be fair, that kind of defeats the point of having a fucking hostage. So, he signed up with certain service after being diagnosed with a heart illness. It's a remote EKG monitoring service that keeps track of the patient's heartbeat. A scheduled message was automatically sent from the patient's cell phone. The service provider promptly contacted the police, informing them that the man was in bad shape.
The man's life is at stake if we don't wrap this up within the hour. Looks like we can't stall for time.
So, I guess hostage takers, one, don't take hostages, and two, if you find yourself in a situation with hostages, for the love of God, don't kill the hostages. As panic spreads, a proposal for negotiation based on this fact and a proposal to storm the plane are both considered. But because only half the passengers aborted, the situation inside the plane is uncertain, making devising a tactical plane difficult. Okay, so I want to say this is a whole big tangent that they did with Mitsuru, but Mitsuru's was interesting, and this is just about a fucking plane jacking I don't give two shits about. You know, Victor was the reason Aegis was made? Oh, did they use Frankenstein technology in her? But because only half the passengers aborted, the situation inside the plane is uncertain, making devising a tactical plan difficult. Though if nothing is done, a passenger will certainly become within the hour. A blunder like that must be avoided at all costs. That was the thinking that guided the police officials to make their decision. The same day at 10:30.
What? Withdraw? This is a hijacking! What are you thinking, withdrawing our people? Yes, I understand.
Wait, what's going on?
Orders are orders. We'll fall back at once.
Whoops. No one understands the subtle withdrawal orbiter. Why withdraw team during a hijacking? What leads you to say that? No one on the scene agreed with the decision, but the order cannot be overturned. The men are not the brain, but the limbs whose power is best precisely following orders. Just then, another group approaches without sound. Its members dress differently in suits and trench coats, but all of them wear black with sunglasses. At first glance, it's clear that they're tall, well-built, used to rough situations. Nearly 20 of them gathered in one place are imposing despite their silence. They don't seem to be the airport personnel, but neither are they known to the police. However, the captain senses a kindred spirit in the team and approaches.
Who are you?
His voice is laced with suspicion, but the man in black at the head of the group speaks dispassionately as if
For
he
the
heard
next
nothing.
half hour, we're in command of this scene.
He made the first human-like android? Oh, okay. It's so much more human than Aegis. Which actually leads me to believe that they didn't use his technology in the anti-shadow weapons, because Aegis specifically states that they didn't have the technology to make more humanoid androids than herself.
You didn't answer the question. Who's responsible for this?
The captain's tone unconsciously hardens. The group of men in black parts with one of their numbers in the rear steps forward. The captain can't stop himself from furrowing his brow. He can already sense the unrest spreading among his team watching in silence. The one stepping forward is a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She's dressed in black, sunglasses, and those around her, but her slender build is out of place. Not only that, her blonde hair stands out even more in contrast to her all-black outfit. Yukari? The girl... or one of the maids. Her name is Mary, like the author of Frankenstein. Okay. They fucking love their Frankenstein references. And removes her sunglasses. Nope, Aegis. That fucking course it's Aegis. You're in the eye. Look, I've been like fucking reading about a goddamn plane jacking for so long, I literally forgot this was the Aegis route. If only the Kirijo group had the demonic connection. They should have gotten on it. The captain intended to appraise the look in her eyes, but only gasped at her crystalline blue eyes. He quickly regains himself and frowns.
So you're the one in charge?
Yes.
Are you shitting me?
There is no time to waste quarreling.
The girl looks at him fearlessly, despite the armed team surrounding her. The unreality of all is what the captain get. I can speak, but I'm very tired. The unreality of it all is what helps the captain get over his surprise. Her age and appearance are most likely meaningless. She's clearly no ordinary girl.
Are you not even going to tell me who you're with?
I cannot.
So you expect me to hand over control of the scene to you without even telling me who the hell you are?
I believe orders to withdraw have already been issued.
Her calm, sweet voice only irritates him. The captain closes the distance with the girl, and while he stops short of grabbing her suit, he glares into those blue eyes from only inches away. My dude, you don't want to grab fucking Aegis.
Lady, I don't know what kind of juice you have with the brass, but are you ready to be responsible for the deaths of those passengers?
Your protests are doing nothing to relieve the danger. Rescuing them as soon as possible is my, or rather, our duty.
No, they know about him, but when they went to the Goma Den to ask how he did it, Mary told them they aren't allowed and told them to leave, and since they don't have comms, Victor didn't let them further. That's what happened. They also didn't develop personas yet, so... They're like, well, fuck, okay. The girl is completely unruffled as she speaks. It's like she's a machine or something. The captain thinks, more dumbfounded than
Have
angry.
faith in us. We too wish to save them.
Man, if he thinks Aiga sounds like a machine, wait till he meets Fuka. For the first time, something like determination flickers within those crystalline eyes. Another looking at them, the captain finds something akin to resolve and confidence in them. He steps back. Raising his right hand to his chest, he shows the girl his watch.
But you got exactly 30 minutes and not a second more.
Understood.
I think the girl knows she really hooked you. She's clear to the group she's leading. The captain's fist tightens nervously. Oh my god, I just thought of something. If you give someone pseudo-potential, can they get a pseudo-persona? Since there are a few uses for a stair car, quietly moving into place may make so the hijackers think the strike team is getting ready to turn the plane. Victor's like, losers, don't even call them demons. Get out of my lap. But there's no hesitation in the girl's actions.
Well then, move in as naturally as possible while staying in their blind spots.
Eventually, a roofless stair car advances slowly towards the passenger
The closest
plane.
we can get without them noticing will be about 10 meters from the plane.
That will be more than enough.
More than enough? What's the point of half-assing it like that? The captain's annoyance begins to turn to curiosity. She's replacing the SAT team. Then she must have a plan beyond simply brute force, but...
Now, let's begin.
And then she just jumps through the plane. The stair car stops. The girl gets out of the driver's seat. She walks slightly behind the vehicle, turns towards the passenger plane, and sits with one knee
What's
up.
she doing?
Captain brings up a pair of binoculars to see her behavior more closely. At first, he assumes she's going to use the stair car's movement as a decoy and send her team in, from a different direction. Like humans, most vehicles have significant blind spots above and underneath. Yet that doesn't seem to be her plan. Does she plan to move to make her move while using the stair car as shelter? Is she possibly going to snipe them? The captain discards the possibility. It'd be foolish to set up a sniper perch at a low angle of elevation where the girl is now. Now, if the Kiricho didn't know about Victor and Mary, then I'm sorry, but your secret Illuminati is just a bitch mode shadow world. While the captain mulls over the question, the girl makes an unexpected move. She appears to lower her stance slightly one moment, and then the next she's no longer in sight. The cam gasps that she's running. She's already reached the top of the stair car. Her slender body launches... Oh my god, I was fucking joking when I said she was gonna jump through the plane! Launches like a cannonball from the top of the stairs.
She jumped?
I was fucking joking, I guess. Even the SAT members voice their surprise. The girl leaps over the distance of over 10 meters. It's clearly beyond the capabilities of a human being. Coming in the middle of a hijacking, the scene seems even more surreal. The girl lands on top of the aircraft, stands as if nothing had happened. She looks at the aircraft beneath her and turns her head to scan it from front to back. But you didn't expect to be reading a light novel. Not only did I not expect it, I didn't want it to be that. I thought it was a fighting game. It reminds the captain of the movement of the security camera. He knows it would be impossible, but he wonders if he can see through the plane's ceiling. Eventually, the girl seems convinced of something and begins walking. When she reaches the boarding hatch to the front, she moved her right hand to the back. The captain knows it's a special knife. It's also not even very well written. Special knife coated from a gray blade hilt is in her hand.
What's she gonna do with that knife?
The girl suddenly lowers her stance and slides it down the side of the aircraft. As she's about to fall, she thrusts the knife into the jumbo hatch and dangles
This is
from
crazy.
it. She then uses her left hand to pull the handle and unlocks the hatch with ease. Once the thick, airtight door juts out of the aircraft, the girl nimbly jumps from the plane. At least Mortal Kombat story modes have cutscenes and more fighting. Maybe also, again, this is still Arena, maybe Ultimax will be better. The captain is shocked by her dauntless methods. He begins to wonder if she intends to defuse the situation on her own. The captain lowers the binoculars and faces the reality for him with his own eyes. Who in the world is she? The doubts he dismissed rise over with him again. A warning light goes on in the cramped cockpit. Two people there notice it at once. One of them is the captain sitting in the pilot's seat. The other is the man holding a gun to the back of the captain's head. The light is labeled hatch open. Even an amateur can understand what it means. The man suddenly tenses and stands ready as the passenger seat door. He prepares for someone to charge through it. But he quickly regains himself and turns the gun back into the captain. Oh, it's also not... the dude with pseudo-potential, it wasn't clear if he could see Mitsuru's persona. He described it as a silhouette. So... maybe you can only half see a persona if you don't have the potential. Like, the scene was very confusedly written, but it is possible that, like, only people with the potential can see personas? Maybe? But I'm not committed to that. It was very not clear. He quickly regains himself and turns the gun back onto the captain. The man casts irritated glances back and forth between the captain and the door for a while, but he eventually approaches the door, his gun pointed at the captain. They said the word captain 7 times. He cautiously cracks open the door and looks towards the passenger seating. Just outside the cockpit is the first class section, but the passengers were gathered in the economy class at the time of the jack-jacking. First class is empty. The man squints. To ward off observation, or worse, snipers, the windows are down. Coming in the darkened plane from the bright cockpit forces his eyes to adjust. But from the corner of his eyes, he sees a gleam of light shining that's unlike regular lights. The fucking music is intense right now, but, like, I don't care. And within that light is a silhouette. Before he can react, the silhouette figure closes the distance. If they're trying to create a, like, exciting action scene, the first mistake they're using is using too many words. If you want to do an action scene, you've got to make it snappier. A hand grabs the edge of the door and opens it with tremendous force. 2 quick, heavy shots are fired. The man collapses unconscious without a sound. Captain turns in surprise to see an intruder, a blonde girl with an index finger to her lips to signal silence. She first lays the man on the ground, then removes the pistol in his hand. On closer inspection, it's only a model gun, supplemented with metal parts. Oh god, they were getting robbed by the Phantom Thieves! The seam between the parts is different compared to a real gun. If taken apart, the disassembled pieces would look nothing like a real pistol. The girl then takes the handcuffs from a small pouch on her waist and fastens the man's arms to a seat leg near the window. Even if he wakes up, he'll be unable to stand. Though the captain still looks as if he wishes to say something, the girl's eyes meet and insist on silence as he leaves. The curtain dividing the first class and the economy class is closed. The girl hides herself behind it and peeks through. Near a man in each of the aisles on the left and right neither seem to have noticed her. Speaking of poor writing, someone I know likes SAO read the original 16th chapter. I'm trying to remember if I actually read the 16th chapter or if I've just seen enough clips about it. I don't think I think I thumbed through it, but I don't think I actually read through it. The passengers and cabin crews are crammed into the back. No, I did read it. I'm pretty sure. I think I read it? I honestly don't know if I read it. Reki Kawahara managed to use the song 60 words possible to describe things. I think I read it? This motherfucker wrote membranes. The fucking thing I remember about it the most is that they're like, man, we should fuck. Yeah, but how would we fuck? Because there's sensors all over our bodies? And then, like, an 18 plus, like, porn filter comes up and it's like, you want to turn off your porn filter? And they're like, yeah, we want to turn off our fucking porn filter. And, like, that's what I remember the most about it. And I couldn't help but think, man, in a game filled with actual children, that seems really unsafe to just have a no, like, a porn filter off option. But then I also thought, like, wait a minute. considering how much the dude who created SAO cares about realism, why the fuck is there a porn filter in the game in the first place? Everyone's placement matches the readings from her heat testers. I wonder if he needed to have a porn filter for the 0 rating. She picked up from above the plane. Both remaining hijackers are close to first class. The man closest to her is only a few steps away. She judges he can be easily disabled before reacting if he moves. They both carry pistols, but they're the same type as the drowned hijacker. From what she can see, they're two mere model guns. The girl swiftly pushes aside the curtain and grabs the closer man's wrist. The hijacker's caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a slender girl and stops moving for a moment. In that moment, she surrenders any chance of victory he may have had. With a pain cry, he drops the pistol to the ground. The girl uses her grip in her right hand to put it to the ground, then smoothly pulls out another pair of handcuffs and locks his arms to the steering seat. This is the most fucking boring action scene I've read in my entire goddamn life. I'm also convinced when he wrote that he had never had sex with a woman and his only knowledge came from porn. He was like 16, I think. The man thrashes about, but despite his struggle, he's no better than a worm writhing on the ground. The last hijacker finally recovers from a shock and aims his gun. The girl pulls a button from another man's sleeve and flicks it towards the opponent's face. The button travels at immense speed, though is fired from her fingers. The man tries to shield his face, but it's too late. He groans when the projectile impacts his forehead. The girl does not let the opportunity pass. She easily jumps over 3-seat wide center block of the seats with one arm and grabs the man's right hand. There, she repeats the same procedure she'd used before. Their weapons are immediately seized while they're restrained to the floor. The passengers are only now grasping what was happening before the rise. A murmur of chorus rises.
Do not be alarmed. I have come to rescue you.
No wonder it's so fucking bad. Yeah.
Your safety has not been secured yet, so please stay calm and remain in your seats.
Yeah, he started writing SAO really young. Which is also why he's apologized for it and has tried to go back and fix the damn thing. The passengers erupt in cheer. There's a sporadic applause as well. But there's slightly hysterical tinge to the reaction and the tension of the situation.
Excuse me. We were told someone requires medical assistance for their chronic heart illness. His name is...
Just as the girl approaches the center of the plane, she senses a male passenger stand up from his seat. But shit, when I was 16, my writing was knockoff Edgar Allan Poe. I wrote a lot about Greek mythology. Wait, 16? I don't want to talk about what I wrote when I was 16. He was extremely calm and quiet as he does. The girl belatedly picks up on the incongruity. All the other passengers are nervous. It's then that she feels something hard pressing up against the back of her head. She knows without looking that it was the muzzle of a gun. The nearby passengers' cries of relief suddenly turn to
I am impressed with your
screams.
judgment to stay hidden until an opportunity arose.
The girl is unperturbed as she continues to look straight ahead. The man stays silent and keeps the pistol pressed to her head. Do it. The main thing I remember was that I had like a weird alchemy kick. And like, let's be clear, it had nothing to do with like Full Metal Alchemist, because I watched that when I was like 10 or something. Like, it was based on like historical medieval alchemy. And I did like 3 different things based on it. And I, for the love of God, don't know why. And I don't think any of those ideas are salvageable. I had one fucking fairy story that is just fucking terrible because the main character was just a self-insert, and I'm ashamed of it. And I had a fantasy story that was inspired by Record of Argerist War that I actually do think is salvageable if I rewrote everything about it. The year is 20XX, 16-year-old Sack sitting at his computer, and then he shoved his meat rod in her mystical cave. Thank God I've never written that in my life. Also, I've always had a strong policy of never writing sex scenes. Because I find them uncomfortable to read, so I don't know I would want to write one. The girl is unperturbed as she continues to look straight ahead. The man stays silent and keeps his pistol pressed to her head. She knows there's no danger of being shot, but she's not sure that he was the one in the hiding. Left alone with no choice, the girl accedes to his demands and moves forward. And after 10 steps, another man steps up as expected.
And you too.
The man doesn't answer. He slowly approaches from the front. The girl is now sandwiched from front to back. At that moment, footsteps sound from beyond the curtain leading into first class. Your manga list says you enjoy reading them. In book form, obviously. The two culprits both react at once, but it's too late. Over 10 men in the back rush in at once from behind the curtain. While the girl had drawn the hijacker's attention with the scuffle, the stair card closed in. They then pin the men down, standing in front. The narrow passage gives the man from behind a short reprieve, but it doesn't last long. The moment he lowers the hand gripping the pistol in order to escape, the girl grabs his wrist. So focused on the man who burst into the scene that he forgot about the threat the girl posed. He immediately tripped and restrained once he fell back on his back. The girl stands up and looks around. If there were any more hijackers inside the plane, that would be their last chance to make a stand, but no one rises from their seat. She glances towards the men in black, and they nod back in encouragement. It seems the crisis has been averted. The girl carefully keeps her thoughts appearing on her face and gives her inner sigh of relief. Soon afterwards, the sweeper team gives a report confirming that the aircraft is secure. The girl works with the cabin crew to arrange the transport for the man with the heart illness before she steps out for a moment. Somehow, the fucking plane hijacking became the most boring goddamn part of this entire game. She turns on the blue indicator light on the stair car and waves it in circles towards Sat's position. It is the signal that the crisis is over. On receiving the sign, the SAT team on standby starts talking amongst themselves. It hasn't even been 5 minutes.
There should have been at least 3 hijackers.
You know what they remind me of is those guys. Like Men in Black or something.
Captain, who are those people? Is that one even human?
The captain sighs with reluctance.
This is just a rumor. But I've heard that the higher-ups formed an unofficial security group in conjunction
Oh,
with
help me out on this. Can you fucking tell who these people are? I'm pretty sure the middle one is... The middle one is definitely Mitsuru. And I think the one in the upper right is probably Akihiko. And I think the one with the clear hat is very clearly Junpei. And I want to say the one on the left of Mitsuru, like screen right, is Fuka? Think? I'm sure some of these people aren't actual people. I'll need to look up the high-quality version. Alright. I'm just trying to remind myself on Persona 3 characters. Pardon. No, the one on the right might be Yukari. But I don't think Yukari is... I don't think Yukari is a member of Shadow Ops. Oh, no, she is a member of Shadow Ops. So one of these has to be Yukari. Wait, can I just look up the members of Shadow Ops? Mitsuru and Aigis. Oh, yeah, Aigis has got to be on here somewhere. Akihiko, Junpei, Yukari, Also, Ken. Okay, so we have a list. Here's your headcanon for the day. I'm down. Okay, we have a list. Mitsuru, Akihiko, Aigis, not Labras, Fuka, Junpei, Yukari, Ken, Kuromaru, and Kikuno. Okay. Okay, so the one on the very left, I think, is Kikuno. I still think the one on Mitsuru's right is probably Fuka, just because it seems Fuka-like. The one with the hat is clearly Junpei. The one on the far right might be Yukari? One of these has to be Labras, though, or it has to be Aigis. No, the one on the right might be I don't fucking know. Look, anyway, there's the members of the Shadow Operatives.
It's supposedly for cases that are a little strange.
I'd have
I hear
loved
they have
it
some
this to
officials
not
standing
be a
with the police,
silhouette
too.
so we could just see the fucking characters.
Though it's all some private enterprise, so technically there's no authority involved at all.
What? But this is Japan we're talking about.
A search and destroy unit that answers to no department and keeps no records. I've heard them called Shadow Operatives.
He turns on the blue light as a sign of understanding and waves it left and right. The real Shadow Operatives? What the fuck am I looking at? The response light comes ahead. The girl sees the captain spreading his arms and shrugs and smiles for the first time. She smiles slightly bad for them. She feels slightly bad for them. Her team may have shamed them, though they had done nothing wrong. I apologize to them later, but then... In the corner of the girl's eye near the entrance to the luggage carts, the corner of the building, a figure catches her attention.
A girl?
Oh, from DSX. I only played a bit of the first DSX, and I wasn't feeling it. The girl seems to be about her age, wearing plain cape-like dress. The girl in the aircraft feels oddly uneasy seeing the figure. To begin with, the heightened security, the parking entrance should be strictly sealed, but the figure looks perfectly ordinary.
May I check on something?
Was that a fucking ghost? What is happening? The girl calls to the SAT captain over the radio. There appears to be some slight interference necessitating an adjustment of the dial.
If you look towards my left, in front of the luggage loading bay is...
But during the moment she looked away,
She's
the figure
not there.
disappeared.
That can't be.
The girl looked around, but the figure is nowhere to be seen. Where could she have gone in this open space with nowhere to hide?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was apparently seeing things.
There's the radio off. Who was that just now? Was I truly seeing things? With those questions in mind, the girl tries to remember the figure's appearance in detail. Only then does she realize the cause of her unease. From Human Revolution and Mankind Divided. Oh, I don't remember seeing them in, I don't remember seeing him in, Human Revolution. I haven't played, Mankind Divided, though I think I do own it. I like how it just assumes I mean Persona. Oh, okay, they're just in Mankind Divided. Alright. The light blue dress the figure wore, it was very similar to the one she herself had. It reminds her of those days when she did not yet have the heart. Oh, God, no. It's so boring. They're mentioned here in Revolution? The girl puts on those thoughts aside and returns to the aircraft. The mission does not end while taking the culprits in custody. In truth, along with defusing the situation, securing the safety of one particular passenger was our highest priority. This was not revealed to the SAT team. The passenger was originally seated in first class but would have been forced to move. The girl looked carefully through the restless passengers. Not long before she finds the face she seeks. Like relieved, the girl walks to the passenger in
question. Are you all right,
Mitsuru-san? I guess. I didn't think you'd be the one to come.
Oh, shit. The woman who answers has long, shining hair that would make an impression on anyone. Her refined appearance makes her stand out over and above her calm position in her seat. But Igus knows the woman well.
I was surprised to be called on to deal with something like this. The suspects made no demands. What were they after? At first, I thought I was summoned because you were their target, Mitsuru-san.
The higher-ups must have thought the same thing and panicked. Especially considering there's cargo on that plane they wouldn't want made public.
Or as it was called when Zack played it, human solution. I regret nothing. All of those people were alive. It's fine. We only killed like 14 people on accident in the entire game, and most of them was, I guarantee you, 90% of them was caused by a glitch and wasn't my fault. I think I killed one person intentionally the whole time.
Wait a second, that cargo...
Is something wrong?
This hijack seems strange now that I think about it.
Oh, hey, by the way, Mitsuru, I got an important question for you. Why did you, transport a fucking super weapon on a passenger plane?
They made their move before takeoff, which is odd timing. And they forced the boarding announcement to be stopped. I thought maybe it was their way of trying to pull it off with a small team.
Are you saying that rather than a passenger, they were after that cargo? It's true that no one would consider the unloaded luggage during a hijacking.
I guess I need you to check on my things. Though if I'm right, it's already too late.
In response, Igus instructs her team via radio to secure all luggage transport routes. Moreover, she requests a search to ensure that no cargo has been taken.
Even if you're right, why would they be interested in your belongings?
My usual cargo wouldn't be worth hijacking a plane over. But I was carrying something... sensitive this time.
Hey, Mitsuru, maybe don't transport super weapons in fucking passenger planes. Zack, when you say it was Glitch's fault, I choked on my tea. You bastard. No, I mean, it really was. I forget exactly how the glitch worked. It was like... It was like if... a unconscious enemy is hit by a secondary unconscious burst, they just instantly die or something. Like, it was caused by an overlap between tranquilizer darts and, like, stun, like, electrical stun energy, both of which are non-lethal attacks, but when they, like, when a trank is used on a stunned enemy, or a stun is used on a tranked enemy, they would just die for some reason. Now, I will admit, one person I shot in the head with a revolver, that was on me. But...
Normally, if they wanted it, they'd have to bypass a Corregio facility's security, or attack the vehicle transporting it. But by doing it this way, they can divert the entire country's attention with a few model
there was an
guns.
issue with, like, minor impacts killing characters. Basically, any stun effect applied to an unconscious character would just kill them for some reason. Because I remember at one point a cardboard box fell on a dude, and then he died from cardboard box. It's like a cyberpunk character. Mitsuru smiles. Aigis can tell she's impressed with their audacity despite
Mitsuru-san's
herself.
cargo. Sensitive belongings for a vacation.
I'm gonna need to take a piss break before we even get to a save point at
Hijacking a
this
plane
rate.
out of a desperate desire
I
for
didn't realize we'd have
undergarments.
20 minutes.
This incident will surely go down in history.
Mitsuru's eyes bulge at
What?
the unexpected
You're
comment.
jumping to conclusions. It's not sensitive in that way. Besides, my underwear is in this bag and... That's it. Enough about underwear.
Okay, I wasn't expecting them to all have instruments. Does that man have a Versace head wrap? Man's styling. Not gonna lie. Oh yes, Umbrella Lady. Yeah, that one I actually like. She forces a cough and steers the
More
conversation back on
accurately,
track.
My cargo contained
20
items
minutes
from
of plane
Ergo
hijack.
Research.
Yeah, I'm gonna piss myself during this fucking hijacking.
My trip to Kagoshima was partly vacation, but also to oversee their transferal to Yakushima.
The official name of the Ergo Research is Kirijo Ergonomics Research Lab. Both Mitsuru and Aigis have bitter memories associated with the name. A pail hangs in the air. But a radio transmission from one of Aigis' teams cuts the moment
Aigis
short.
speaking. I see. Understood.
Mitsuru looks at Aigis
It's
questioningly and
as you
she nods.
suspected. They found that one of the boxes scheduled for transport has gone missing.
I thought as much.
You're telling me you don't summon demons with an instrument? No. I usually use a Ouija board. But maybe I should take up an instrument. It seems like it would be more convenient to carry. With a small sigh, Mitsuru
We
raises
must
from
get
her
it back,
seat.
I guess. The rest of the team can finish up here. I need you to come with me.
Aigis inspects
Will you
Mitsuru's
be
face
joining
carefully.
the search as well?
Well, I am personally involved, so yes.
In other words, you will officially rejoin the unit and participate in this mission. To be more direct, is it accurate to say that you are abandoning your vacation?
You were bringing a fucking super weapon on vacation, Mitsuru? Mitsuru sighs with some exhaustion. Aigis interrupts her
Then I
silence with
hereby
approval.
transfer command authority to you, Mitsuru-san.
God damn. Oh, fuck. God, that's so stupid. I guess with the fucking door and Shinji dead, you really are carrying the intelligence of this group.
Regulations state that the member with the lowest serial number is to take command. And since you are member number 1, the official leader of the Security Department Shadow Response Unit, also called the Shadow
This game was written by an
Operatives.
internship, not normal guy, probably.
I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to enjoy this vacation for long.
Traveling with cargo from Ergo Research suggests that her vacation was neither relaxing
But
nor
I can't
cheerful.
allow anyone to be hurt again by the things we, the Kirijo group, created. We'll get this cargo back at all costs.
Yeah, let me just bring an imprisoned android
Mission or no mission,
that has been imprisoned for 13 years and has probably been conscious the whole time.
Understood.
Aigis answers loudly and snaps off the police salute that she's finally gotten a hang of. Make sure you're looking up Arena and not Ultimax. I am Aigis. My official name is 7th Generation Anti-Shadow Suppression Weapon Aigis. As my name implies, I'm not human. I'm a humanoid weapon. A robot, essentially. Though with the right clothes, a surprising number of people cannot tell the difference. I was created in a research lab owned by one of the world's foremost conglomerates, the Kirijo Group. I was made to exterminate a certain enemy. They're called shadows, monsters born from people's repressed emotions, granted dark life. Did I need to fucking read this every time? Shadows can only be defeated by those with special powers or personas. One's persona is said to be the power to wield shadows within. They are two sides of the same coin. That is also a really good way to describe a persona. Fuck, this game has dropped two great descriptions of a persona. No one cannot have a persona if they do not also have a heart. Yes, that is essentially the rule. I honestly don't even think I can think of a single example where that is not the case. I was given a mind to artificially develop a persona and a body close to that of a human so that the mind could maintain a personality. A heart designed for battle, a body designed for battle. I did endure some suffering because of my original purpose, but I now have a place where I belong, somewhere I can make full beneficial use of my powers. That is the Security Department Shadow Response Unit. Our nickname is the Shadow Operatives. There's also Shadow Operative outfits for the Phantom Thieves in Persona 5. Shadow Operatives were formed at Mitsuru Kirijo's directive. She is the scion of Kirijo Group, who's created me. She's taken responsibility for shadows. Our objective is to identify and resolve incidents involving shadows by eliminating them. All the members of the Persona users have similar qualifications. During operations, our guidelines state that a member with the smallest number has command. The number I was issued is number 5. Who is in charge above you? Name the numbers. Oh, actually, I think I saw that. Hold up. I actually think it was listed. Yeah, it's actually on the wiki. Number 1, Mitsuru. Number 5, Aigis. Those are the only numbers we know. If you ever wanted to know who was in charge above Aigis, now you'll never find out. You'd have thought Aigis would be number 2, considering she's a killer robot made for battle and also a wild card, but I guess not. Though I'm not human, I'm treated as a member and not a piece of equipment. Moreover, my number is in the single digits. It's possible that there are missions today where I must take command of dangerous operations. In other words, I'm recognized as having the same life and dignity as humans. Because Mitsuru and others have such trust in me, I want to replay that trust with results. There's another reason I'm working my hardest on this case. Soon after the hijacking was resolved, the stolen cargo was identified. Its contents surprised me. The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. The unit named Labris. She's one of my sister units. She was sealed over a decade ago for some reason and has been in storage for the other artifacts since then. Labris, a humanoid weapon just like me. It's possible that she has a heart. If so, I want to save her before she's misused. This is a mission, but more than that, I feel it's my duty I must carry out. Finally! Holy shitballs. Alright, I'm going to the bathroom. When I'll be back, we'll do more of this nonsense. Alright, I am back. Let's see. This guy's written for Devil Survivor, not lead. P4 Golden, lead. P5 Royal, not lead. So this guy is the guy to blame for Marie. He probably made Golden and they didn't let him back in charge again. No, I don't want to bust the guy's chops too hard, but apparently, but he is the guy to blame for Marie, it sounds like, though. For real. The next day, May 2nd, 2012. We wanted to pursue the vehicle carrying Labras as soon as the hijacking was over, as its complicated route made it hard to track. Due to the sensitive nature of the cargo, it's difficult to set up large-scale traffic points. Fortunately, the license plate number was determined quickly and was a rough estimate of its destination. Our headquarters was moved to the police facility. Matsuru and our team was sorting out the situation for the operation. Yeah, I think I said this last stream. Like, this game has a lot of good ideas in it. It's the execution that's the problem.
And the interrogation of the suspects?
It's begun, but all of them are claiming that their memories at the time are very foggy, so they've been sent in for evaluation.
Oh shit, it's Adachi.
The psychologists who interviewed them think it's possible they're not lying.
So none of the 5 have any memories of what happened during the hijacking.
Normally that would seem preposterous. There may have been some hypnotic effect, but even then...
Okay, like, look, I love Johnny Young Bosch, right? But, like, maybe not get him to voice Member in Suit. The Gamer article, give Marie a chance, no thanks.
We're dealing with someone after materials from Urban
maybe
Research.
get literally
They'll likely
any
be
other
very well
voice
informed
actor.
about shadows and the mind. Knowing that, it doesn't seem so strange. It would also explain the extreme lengths they went to create a decoy. What else do we know?
Another team member answers Mitsuru-san's question.
Since the cage storing the 5th generation is too large to transport by personal auto, we narrowed our search to large vehicles that left the airport.
He voices the protagonist and the villain and Member in Suit, apparently.
That, combined with the testimony from our observer and data from the transmitter, allowed us to pinpoint the vehicle in question.
I actually helped predict. That actually helped me predict Adachi as the villain, because I was like, oh, obviously they're using the same voice actor to convey a connection between the main character and this random police officer, and why would they do that if he wasn't actually the villain? So that was like my first major clue that Adachi was the villain. But yeah, you can't... And what's worse is that Yu has a lot of dialogue in this game. So you cannot be having him voice Member in Suit also.
The police are already pursuing it via the N system. This is the most recent photo.
He hands the tablet to
Inaba
Mitsuru-san.
area. Wasn't this the place where...
Yes, our routine investigation last year rated the potential shadow activity in the area at level 4.
Unless it turns out that Adachi is a shadow operative, in which case, biggest plot twist in history. It seems the culprit in this case definitely had prior knowledge to shadows after all. If that's true, we must use extra caution. Many people do not know about shadows, so they are enough of a threat to possibly destroy the world. In an interview, he briefly talked about Persona, and he said he was hired to do a voice Adachi, and Atlas said, oh yeah, you're gonna play the hero too. And he said, okay, so should I do a younger sounding voice? And he was told, no, he doesn't talk outside of battle, so you're good. And the Spinoza came out. So, it wasn't an incredibly clever foreshadowing. What you're telling me, it was raw incompetence. Then again, I experienced that for myself 3 years ago. If someone is trying to manipulate them, we must prevent it. I love that he asked if he should do a different voice, and they told him no. That's probably the best part about that story. Someone's trying to manipulate them. We must prevent it at all costs.
Let's talk about the stolen 5th generation unit. I guess, as the 7th generation, would be her younger sister.
A sister. My older sister.
I'd like to know why she was sealed.
5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris. The records show her to be the first model fitted with an artificial personality.
In other words, she has a heart?
There's no knowing if it was developed enough to call it that. She seems to have been made to gather test data rather than actual field use.
What are her combat capabilities?
She wasn't given firearms, since her regulatory system was inadequate. So she was instead loaded with some kind of special equipment. Unfortunately, the majority
It's
of the
a noise
records
that
pertaining
makes
to
you
her
go
are missing,
crazy.
which means that's the extent of our knowledge.
Special equipment.
We also don't know why she was sealed. Many of the documents regarding the old
Because
Ergo
the noise
research
made
were
her go
lost,
crazy.
probably to cover up incriminating evidence. We don't even know what she looks like. All we do know is that she was a life-sized android.
We'll just have to find out along the way.
Suru-san swipes her finger across the tablet a few times and shows it to
I'll
an
need
aide.
these 3 individuals' cooperations. I'd like to join them in the field.
Okay, so they just don't know about Mary, so that confirms these guys don't know about Victor and the Gomaden. Yeah, the impression I got is that the Kirijo group made their androids in-house, in deep secret. Maybe they don't even know what Devil Summoners are. It's entirely possible. The Shadow Operatives were created by Mitsuru as a submission to PubSec. So the theory about PubSec having Devil Summoners working for them actually kind of went tits up, because the reason that PubSec knew about Personas in the first place was Mitsuru. She demonstrated Personas by dragging them into the dark hour.
Are you sure about this?
Try not to make a scene when fetching them. Not all of them are part of our organization.
The aide nods his assent and returns to his station. Mitsuru then turns her
And
gaze
I
on
guess,
me.
Frankly, I think we can assume that there'll be combat involved. Will you be alright with that?
No, Mitsuru doesn't say it out loud. I understand what she means. Our highest priority in this operation is to stop the culprit and mitigate any associated danger, not to rescue Labris. Of course, we will strive to accomplish both, but in the worst-case scenario, we must consider the option of destroying Labris. Destroying a sister unit. It will be a painful experience if she, too, has
I
a heart.
thank you for your concern, but I'll be fine. I will do my duty.
Mitsuru says nothing more and
Well
silently
then,
nods.
once we can confirm our target is headed to Inaba, we'll depart at once.
Maybe Devil Summoners all died out. I don't know. May 3rd, 2012. As we get ready to depart for Inaba, Mitsuru and I go over the last-minute details inside the police station. Mitsuru is absorbed with issuing instructions over the cell phone she's holding. Fuck off, Your name is unsayable. Pessimism seeps in my heart as I wait, begin muttering to myself. PubSec learns about Devil Summoners. Hi, my name is Rai. I represent the Kuzunoha clan. We work for Yatagrasu, and blessed by Amaterasu, so technically we're a higher force than you, so go fuck off.
Will we be able to find Labris? My sister.
Whoops. Mitsuru-san's surprised voice makes me realize how unlike these
Will we
these
be
scouts
able to
are.
save her? Isn't that what you really want to ask? Don't worry. As I mentioned to Akihiko,
But
fighting
what that does
Labris is not our
explain,
priority.
what I will say, is this game does explain why PubSec in Strikers is just like, yep, mind crimes. Gotta get them Phantom Thieves for them mind crimes. Like, they weren't even, like, surprised about Personas or anything, so this game at least explains why PubSec is just like, oh yes, mind crimes. Yes, we have experience with that for some reason.
The reason I formed this Shadow Operative team is to save lives. We will find her, whatever it takes, and bring her back. We can do this.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Those feelings you have
Whoops.
for Labris, you should tell her when you see her.
I will.
The only thing is, I'm disappointed I didn't get to see Mitsuru come in to help out with mind crimes. Friends bound by trust are irreplaceable indeed. I hope that Labrys will become one as well. Oh, great, more of these fucking Persona users. Eventually, preparations are made and our limousine departs on its journey to Inaba. That evening, we are in Inaba now, traveling down a midtown street. Though it is called a midtown, it's very different from an urban environment. It's quiet and rustic road. The vehicle we are targeting is easily discovered. The transmitter that was attached to it when it's left in the airport, luckily for us, is still active. But the vehicle is abandoned and the cargo is gone as well. To trace it further, we must learn why the culprit came here. Specifically, we need to know the details of what happened here last year. Though this was already assumed, we have a plan. Mitsuru-san's orders to the drivers to park nearby. However, this poses an unexpected problem. Our vehicle is long, black, 8-door limousine. It stands out badly in this countryside no matter where we're parked.
Mitsuru-san, our activities are supposed to be undercover, correct?
Yes.
For undercover missions, it will be necessary to keep all personnel and vehicles from being noticed.
Right.
Mitsuru-san, may I say something that I've been meaning to say
To
for a
think
while
when we
now?
started this, I thought Aigis would be the most interesting one.
Understood.
All I told them was to give us a car with enough space.
Whenever we go, people peer into the windows out of curiosity. We avoid the public eye as much as possible and finally park in what is sight for bicycles to the outskirts.
Our contact has arrived.
I then notice a middle-aged man in a gray suit standing outside the window. I recognize his face. He's one of the 3 collaborators Mitsuru contacted before our departure. I scooted over the door and opened the window.
This was not our designated meeting area, yet he has discovered
And imagine the
us.
shadow operatives are treated like how the FBI and CIA see Mulder and Scully in X-Files, a nuisance. God damn it, Kirchhoff gets wants more demons. Here's the thing, you don't have to imagine it, because they literally say that in this game. Suddenly, something not unlike astonishment or discouragement appears on my face. His face.
You want to know how I did it?
A cough
We appreciate
interrupts
your
us.
cooperation, Detective Kurosawa.
Mitsuru-san gets out of the vehicle and slightly bows. 3 years ago, when we were still fighting shadows in secret, Detective Kurosawa worked as a police officer at a nearby police box. He believed that our intentions were good, and he supplied us with certain conveniences under the table. Those conveniences were fucking weird-ass illegal super weapons. His job made this risky, but he then acted on behalf of what he believed to be just. He said this many times while supporting us in secret. He's a strong man who always acts on his belief. I wouldn't know I only played multiplayer. That's probably the way to go. Holy shit. I mean, on the plus side, there's so much fucking lore in this game, and that's great. But on the other side, fuck am I bored. Holy shit. This might actually be my least favorite Persona game. But now our organization has government sanction. He can cooperate with us without being considered a rebellious act. Kurosawa-san's prior actions have recently been reassessed. He was promoted for special expertise. I heard he's now a plainclothes detective working at Central
Long time no
Precinct.
see, miss. And Aigis, was it?
Indeed. It has been a while.
Kurosawa-san fixes his eyes on Mitsuru-san and me. It's faintly awkward. We're both dressed for combat, and I'm not wearing clothes that camouflage my nature.
Sorry for staring. A humanoid weapon. I was skeptical when I heard.
Again,
but
I'm pretty
seeing
sure
in
you met her
person
during
doesn't
the
leave
answer.
Any room for doubt.
I'm sorry that I kept it hidden back then.
It's all right. It would have caused more of a headache if you'd gone around looking like that.
Hearing him say that, I cannot help but
Seeing you laugh
smile.
like that makes it harder to believe you're a machine.
I shouldn't make you stand while we talk. Please, get in.
Sorry. I haven't seen you in a while, so I had a lot to say.
Mitsuru-san took Kurosawa-san to collect information in the serial murder case that occurred last year. With the background research carried out across Japan at the end of 2011, this region returned a high number of shadows detection measurements. But although it was investigated, there was no effects apart from slightly unnatural weather. And then again, what if something special did happen? It was hard to detect. Mitsuru-san suspects that the serial murder case is related to these shadows and asked Kurosawa-san to have local police file share the reports. We could have requested them directly, but we wanted not to resurface information into the investigation's records. The limits to an official unit cloaked by authority can only do a direct request. We've been streaming for 44 minutes and we're still in this fucking cutscene. We haven't even entered a television.
First, I reviewed the report on the incidents from last year. One of the suspects mentioned the word persona.
I lock gazes with
So what went on
Mitsuru-san.
here last year?
It's probably related, but I wasn't done there. Parts of this guy's testimony were even more outlandish. If you can take what's in the record at face value, it seems Persona users can enter TVs within the Inaba region.
Enter TVs?
Motherfucker, she came into the police
What
station
does
to buy
that
shit
mean?
from you dressed like this. Oh god, I forgot about that. He blocked it out of his memory. It was implied that she was, like, teleporting to and from the door, but maybe it was just, like, an illusory version of him.
Just what it sounds like. You physically stick your body into the screen and go inside. He claimed there was another world on the TV, and dropping people inside
Or maybe it wasn't
was the
implied she was
method
teleporting.
behind
Maybe I'm
last year's murders.
misremembering. I mean, you could definitely buy weapons from him in answer, though.
This all sounds rather absurd. I'm surprised
But I don't remember
was
if it was
included in
real
the
him
police
or not.
report.
I got in touch with the detective in charge at the time and said the same thing. Apparently, the report was filed by a young partner of his at the time. He'd entertained the wildest testimonies like this one.
He sounds like quite the oddball.
If this was what really went on, the police would have had no chance cracking it. But that Detective Dojima is one shrewd guy. Even with all the supernatural hocus-pocus surrounding the case, he caught the culprit.
Kurosawa sighs. He seems
That's
to be
all I
tired.
have for you right now. I should be going. I doubt either of us has time to reminisce over the old days. It's funny, though. I thought the fighting was over, but you guys surprise me every time I see you.
Thank you very much, Officer Kurosawa. Why don't we at least see you off?
Oh, that's all right. I've got my own car. I doubt my department would appreciate your tastes. If I ever showed up for work in something like this, I'd be the talk of the force until the day I retired.
He opens the door himself and exits the vehicle. He gives a short farewell and leaves without turning back even once.
Mitsuru-san, this could be bad. Our sense of social aptitude is in question.
Persona 4's English localization created a line that confused people to this day. Oh?
Can't deny that.
What should we do now?
I would like to leave as fast as possible. I'm a wanted man here.
Yes. First, we'll need to test the claim that Persona users can enter TVs.
Hearing this reminds me of something. Looking around the area again, although I had called it a vehicle disposal site, there is household electronics and refrigerators discarded here. In a corner
There
is
is
a
a
stack of
discarded
TVs.
TV over there. If the environment does not matter, we can use it to test the phenomenon.
I voluntarily got out of the vehicle.
Wait, I guess.
Don't worry. I'm just going to touch it.
I extend my right hand and touch the screen of the biggest TV I can see. My fingers brush the glass screen, but although I seem to be touching it, I feel no resistance from its surface. I push my hand there a little more, and the light comes across the screen, my forearm sinks in.
Amazing!
Rings of light spread from the contact of the arm, rippling like water across the
Interesting.
pond.
It's exactly as the police report said. What's it like inside? Do you feel anything?
Not particularly. No. Wait a moment.
It's when they're talking to Naoto, she explains her backstory. Chie says in Japanese, "Whoa, you're like Kinadachi?" I don't know what that is. My sensor detects a sensation I've never felt before, but the knowledge of what it is already recorded
It's
within
the
me.
same as mine. It's hard to say definitively since this is my first encounter with it, but I believe this reading is from a personality module.
Does that mean our retrieval target is inside the TV?
Atlas USA went, no one US knows who Kinadachi is, so they changed it. That is very true.
Huh. Sounds like fun.
I hear a voice coming from an unexpected direction. Mitsuru-san and I look towards it. I hear the voice from whatever. We see silhouette wearing a low hood, covers his eyes, and a cape fluttering in the wind like a figure in West. Japanese detective character, never heard of him. Standing atop a mountain of trash with
Is
his
that
arms crossed.
Akihiko?
He jumps down nimbly and walks
You
towards
didn't
us.
show up at the rendezvous point, so I went looking and found you here. This whole TV thing is pretty interesting.
I would never forget the man laughing so fearlessly. Just like Mitsuru-san, he's a friend I once fought alongside of, Akihiko Sanada. Here's the issue, this is what they changed it to. I feel like I've seen a movie like that. What was his name? Kusunoha? I understand where the confusion comes in. And the answer is yes. Raito was so cool they made a movie about him. He was a student boxing champion in his school days and a staunch ally, powerful even without a persona. He's also a second collaborator on this case.
It's been a while, Akihiko-san.
Yeah, good seeing you.
Akihiko, what on earth are you wearing? Just what were you doing overseas?
Well, didn't I tell you that I was on a training
King
expedition?
Abaddon was coming out. Oh, I didn't realize King Abaddon came out that late.
Don't tell me you came here from the airport like that. Does the concept of keeping a low profile mean nothing to you?
Mitsuru-san, I believe we have lost the right to complain about that.
Mitsuru sighs in annoyance. Oh yes, Akihiko-san was on the training expedition overseas until this morning. As a result, his appearance is very different from the last time I saw him. Raito is the cool manual, the manual has a news clipping about how cool he is in it. He gives a cocky smile and smacks his palm with his fist.
Anyway, we can get inside from that TV, right?
King Abaddon came out in
What are we
2008 in
waiting
Japan,
for?
2009 in the US. Wow, that's like so much later than I would have thought.
Still the same Akihiko. We don't know the situation inside yet, and we'll need a secure means of getting out.
So what? If we want to get this Labrys back, someone has to go inside, right?
Well, that's...
Our target hijacked a plane to throw her into a TV in this town. If we sit on our hands, it's possible we'll be put in serious danger.
Akihiko steps forward towards Mitsuru as if
We're
pressing
different
her.
from how we used to be. We made the choice to fight shadows as professionals. That's why I traveled around the world
Soulless
and
Army
trained
came out in
harder than ever.
2006. See, that sounds more real. That's it. That sounds more like what I would have thought. I would have thought it would have probably come out in like 2007, maybe. Like 2009 is crazy.
And now that something's actually come up, you're hesitating? We agreed to do this. I'm ready to stake my life on the mission.
But he's not incorrect. Probable that Akihiko understands that even slightly forceful is his role. Because Mitsuru takes caution seriously as the ultimate authority in this case, she frequently second-guesses herself. I've seen Akihiko's words cut through her hesitation in the past. It shows his trust in Mitsuru not to make decisions in error.
All right. Wait right here. I need to go make a phone call first.
This is Kinidachi? Alright. There's literally so much going on with this that I don't know how to dissect it. He's the guy on the left. I kind of figured.
Okay, but make it quick.
We have been going for
The other members will wait
an
here
hour
Yeah.
in the Igus route,
If we
and
all
we have
barge in and
finally
something
entered
happens,
into
we'll
a
be
television.
devastated.
Now that you mention it, at least one of us should be staying behind as well.
I am not staying.
Us three will be plenty. We'll end this in a flash. No problem.
I'm
The same as always.
not
Although,
sure how they made one
we
of the
have no
best
idea
characters
what
in
might be waiting for
Persona
us on the other side.
the most
Don't get
boring
careless.
route in the
Right.
game. But they figured it
This
out.
situation. It brings back memories.
Ready!
Why enter the TV? What's going on?
I'm surrounded by a white light that strains most of my sensors to the limit. A portion of my sensors indicate that I'm currently in a state similar to freefall. I can't tell up from down, left or right. This continues for a while. You can't tell up from down? You don't have a built-in gyroscope? What the fuck? God damn, the Kirijo group is goddamn incompetent. Eventually, my function slowly recovered. I find myself inside of an unknown room, sitting with one knee up. I quickly stand and check my surroundings. Next, you're going to tell me Aigis doesn't have a compass.
Is this the music room of a school?
I can see the music stand, a grand piano, a blackboard, and portraits. And there's an air of over-exaggerated theatrics to it, but it might not be far from the truth. Is this the world inside the TV? After the surreality of entering a TV, this comes as quite a surprise.
No sign of Mitsuru-san or Akihiko-san. Did they land elsewhere?
I was going to say this, but I forgot. You and Adachi don't have the same voice actor in Japan. Well, I have heard that before.
So much noise. I can't contact anyone like this.
I didn't know Aigis had an analytical persona. Oh, she just tried to... She tried to use a walkie-talkie. Okay, yeah. I forgot. With all the dumb magic in the series, I forgot that sometimes there's just walkie-talkies. Brought to you by the great mind behind Marie and her shitty poems. This looks like an ordinary classroom, but has an alarming amount of radio interference. When I concentrate my senses again, I detect a bizarre disturbance from the entire area that is unlike normal building. This may be another world after all. In any other case, I must join up with Mitsuru and Akihiko-san. But just as I begin to make my plans to do so, the monitor hanging from the ceiling switches on. What appears to on it is, how to describe it, a bizarre figure that looks like a living costume.
I spy an unknown yet bewitching babe. How unexpected! Unexpected!
You are a murderer. By your silent smile, by your composed voice, by your dark eyes, by your bashful figure, I am slain. I am a corpse, foolish, wretched, happy. Surely, I'll simply rot away. My last words, adieu, au revoir, mon chéri. It reminded me of a malfunction. The best part about her poem is Margaret gives her shit for them. Wait, adieu, au revoir, mon chéri. Hold up. Now my French might be rusty. Yeah, au revoir, until we meet again. Bitch, you're dead. What the fuck do you mean, au revoir? It reminded me of a malfunctioning machine. I stare at the monitor. I have a hunch that it will return soon. Just as I thought, the costume reappears. But its behavior is different now.
04, unintended intruder. Entering elimination process.
Its mechanical sounding voice is completely different from the joking tone it had before. And that phrase, elimination process, it seems that a battle will be starting. I release the safeties from my weapons built into my body. And that's when a large noise comes from behind me. It's Kanji. The young man in a school uniform comes rolling in with a yell.
Ow! Jeez, they decided to open right then.
There's a really great scene in Rose of Versailles at the like very end where Oscar is talking to Marie for the final time and tells her au revoir. And then they like walk in the opposite directions and then they both die. I probably should have left out that last part, but I mean, if the anime came out in like the 80s or 70s, so you missed the opportunity to complain about spoilers. Yeah, 1979, yeah. Look, if you can't spoil an anime from 1979, I don't know what you're allowed to spoil. I thought I was ready for any eventuality, but I'd not expected suddenly encountering a human. It's finally getting a Blu-ray. Oh, sweet.
Are you all right? You seem to be unharmed.
The young man looks back at me with a steely gaze while fixing his bleached hair with his fingers. His behavior does seem to be that of one who came in pursuit of me.
Never seen you before.
I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Aegis.
Only then do I remember my appearance would seem very peculiar to a casual observer.
I'm a transfer student. I have blue eyes, blonde hair,
I am not a robot.
Gatling cannon.
Huh?
I'm sorry, forget what I said. In the past, that prepared explanation for students has been effective, but no longer.
Okay. Anyways, I'm Kanji Tatsumi. This mean you're my next opponent?
Opponent? What do you mean?
What do I mean? I'm talking about a scrap!
You mean a fight? But we have only met Tatsumi-san. Actually, where are we?
Enough blabbering, you machine!
With a yell, he slams the folding chair in his hand on the ground. A cold, dull, metallic sound echoes and eliminates any possibility for talking this
What's
over.
a fake girl like you doing calling me by my name?
Oh, shame on you, Lapras. I go quiet. A fake girl. I understand how I might elicit such a reaction, but there's such pain in my chest. Though I cannot help but smile at how instinctively I reacted that way. It seems I've become more human-like than I knew.
I was worried I might have to go up against my senpai, but I ain't gonna hold back against a robot like you.
Oh, you shouldn't. She will fucking murder you. Thinking with a calm mind, I noticed a small incongruity in his attitude. When he first saw me, he seemed unsure and claimed that he had not seen me before. Yet though he knows that I am a machine, he doesn't seem particularly surprised. Aren't those two things contradictory? Let's spoil an old anime too, because why not? Orange Road movie endings. Our friendship has died, but hey, me and my girlfriend go to college together. Second Orange Road movie's ending. They have sex and then it ends. The manga also has a different ending. So he breaks up with his girlfriend in the first movie, is what you said? Before, and not in that statement? I focus on my senses once more and enhance the gain on my sensors. I detect faint interference. Because it appeared uniformly across all sensors, I hadn't been aware of it. What is this?
Do anything, I'll make the first move!
Oh, okay, so she can pick up on Lapras's sound waves, but it's because she's a robot, and not because she is an analytical persona like Mitsuru or Rise, or because she's the most broken character in the entire Persona canon like Naoto.
Ah! Take Mikazuchi!
A persona?
Light flickers intermediately. Could that be electricity? A thick barrel-like arm charged with voltage approaches from above. I jump back and narrowly escape a crushing blow.
Nice dodge! Looks like you got at least a little bit of fight in you.
A Persona user. I was careless. I should have expected that possibility since I encountered him from inside the TV. I don't know the procedure for attacking a human, but if he's a Persona user, I must defend myself with the usual
There's
armaments.
no avoiding this fight. I cannot fall here.
I don't know the normal procedure for attacking a Persona user, so let me just do what I did last time. 5 minutes later, Kanji's impaled on a cross. Not impaled on a cross, crucified, silly. I guess crucifies people.
Finally.
Pardon.
Fight! Damn it! That's nothing.
Persona! Go down! What are we hit? Battle! Is it over already? Strike! Blocked! Go! Can they turn this into a victory? Strike!
Damn it! That's nothing.
Fire! Cannon! Strike! Persona! I'm waiting!
Ready?
Will this turn the tables?
That's nothing.
Aerial mode! Cannon!
Nothing.
Fire! The opponent's still standing! Fire! I summon you! Has the battle been decided? Shot! Persona! A huge lead in stamina! Are they breeding Persona? Alright, announcement over!
It's kind of complicated. He meets the girl he really likes, and then another girl likes him, and he gets kind of dragging, dating her. He likes them both, and then the show's romantic comedy, and he wins. Then decide if he likes both. So, and his family has psychic powers, like almost all lady romance. I mean, it has some kind of weird twist. Well, to be fair, every character in the 80s had psychic powers. Like, all of them.
Are you alright, Tatsumi-san?
I helped Hatsumi-san off the ground and called to him. After repeating myself several times, I hear a groan.
Ew! Damn it! Ow! Oh, whoa! Hands off!
I'm sorry. If you can't stand, then I'll carry you.
Or was an alien. I pick up Tatsumi, who's still lying down with both arms.
Whoa! Damn, you're a hell of a lot stronger than you look. Whoa, 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 whoa! How come you're carrying me like this? Like a bride or something?
This is the spousal method of carrying.
No, it ain't. It's the bridal... Oh, wait a sec. Are they pretty much the same thing?
If you didn't have psychic powers, you would a character. I don't think so.
Tatsumi-san, you seem completely fine.
That's what I've been saying! And stop with the Tatsumi-san crap. It's making my skin crawl. Just call me Kanji.
You don't object to being called that? I'm an artificial person, after all.
Huh? Who cares? If I say it's fine, then it's fine. And will you put me down already?
When I put Kanji down as requested, he turns his back and repeatedly scratches his head. I feel as if his demeanor has changed compared to how it was before the fight. His loud voice and rough words are the same, but the sense that will not listen to a word I say is gone. I feel I can make myself understood
Well
now.
then, Kanji-san, allow me to ask again. Where are we? And what did you mean by opponent?
Huh? You're not an enemy that Ted set up for me?
Ted. Are you referring to the bear who appeared on the monitor?
This is a fighting tournament. Only the winners get to keep going. I lost this time. But oh well. I wouldn't make it in the big leagues.
That sounds like something Akihiko-san would say.
Huh?
Sorry, I was just talking to myself.
Gotta say, you pack one hell of a punch. Got me real good.
Punch? But I didn't throw any punches.
You're really mincing words on that, I guess.
Listen though, the rest of this tournament ain't gonna be so easy. My senpai are waiting up ahead.
There are more people here. Could you estimate how many?
When that Persona perfume came out and they had one for I guess now you too could smell like photo oil and grease lubricants. With a light floral after scent. Kanji smells dauntless and gives a thumbs up. I don't really understand why, but I give him a thumbs up as well. Good job. Then Kanji kneels over. I rush in to catch him. I remember something about Aegis and, like, perfumes, I think, maybe? Don't quote me on that. I might be making shit up. But I thought I remembered something about Aegis, like, dressing up and smelling like perfume or some shit. But I don't remember if that was in P4A or if that was in a dancing game or if I'm literally making shit up for some reason. It seems he was fighting his fatigue for the sake of his pride. He doesn't seem injured, so I carefully set him back down on the floor. I actually played a good amount of the P3 dancing game, but I didn't actually touch the other two. Suddenly, that costume Kanji-san called it Teddy appears again on the monitor. Speaking of lubricant, I saw an infomercial for some water-based lubricant, and they demonstrated it, and they put it in a bike tire and spun it, and the tire flew off.
Acknowledged as valid
Oh, I
targets.
mean, it worked. Well, yeah, then it worked. Also, water lubricant is the best sex lubricant. That's just some advice. It's using that mechanical tone of voice again. The intruders must be me and the others. Since it won't be easy to eliminate, it appears that he's changing tactics. But what could it mean by valid targets? The monitor screen turns off once again. Just like before, it flickers back after a few seconds. Personally, also the best bike tire lubricant. What I'm hearing is it's just the best lubricant, really. It's the same face as before, but completely different attitude.
What a fox! Came to join in on our fun? I'm A-okay with that if you're up for a little fighting. I'll wait for you in the next arena up ahead.
This is more how it sounded at the beginning. He's gone back to normal, or at least recovered from the abnormality.
Silly me. If you're cutting in, you don't know who I am. Ahem. I am General Teddy. Remember that name well.
Oh, hey, we just had a scene where the best mascot met the worst mascot. General Teddy is apparently a teddy bear. It doesn't seem like one, but a number of things he said caught my attention. Joined in our fun and arena. There are lines in the tournament Kanji-san mentioned. Is this tournament being held here? But the monitor is silent once and does not return. I do not think it will make any progress if I remain here. I poke my head through the door where Kanji-san appeared to check my surroundings. What looks like a school hallway leads straight ahead. There appears to be no danger nearby. I manage to hoist Kanji-san's body over my shoulders and try to leave the room.
What?
But something gets stuck and prevents me from proceeding. I stop and check, but I cannot see any obstructions. Both of the sliding doors fell off when Kanji-san came in and the way is completely open. It should be wide enough for me to pass through easily, even with the person over my shoulder. Yet I cannot proceed. Something is getting stuck. I slow my walking speed and check out what part of me is getting caught. That is how I discover something surprising. Nothing is blocking the way, yet only Kanji's body cannot pass through the door. It seems to be an invisible wall, one that is selective and prevents only Kanji's passage between the room and the hallway. Something Kanji said to me comes back. Only the winner's key to keep going. Is that what he meant? I increase in sensitivity with my various sensors, but I cannot detect any wall here. I have no way of destroying what I cannot touch. That's actually interesting. So even with all of Aigis' sensors, she can't sense the walls. Interesting. I wonder if Fuka can sense the walls. I have no way of destroying what I cannot touch, which means I have no choice but to leave Kanji here.
I will come back for you later. Please stay safe until then.
I guess if Aigis can't sense the walls, they must be like shadow walls or something. Like they clearly can't be like physical walls. Once he comes around, he's still a Persona user. It's not as if I'm leaving someone behind who can't fend for himself. I reluctantly convince myself to move on. Remember they really hammered in the fact that it was made with water. They kept repeating over and over. Water-based, completely non-toxic. This is all water-based lubricant. Can be used on anything. Wheels, grease, engines, and the big star in the corner said water-based. Like, gee, no, it is actually very important the material you make your lubricants out of, though. Because certain lubricants, like non-water-based lubricants, can actually damage materials. Like, if you get the wrong lubricant, it will eat through your condom. Or, presumably, your bike tire in this case. Which, you know, condoms, bike tire, same thing, really. While moving down the hallway, my sensors continue to pick up disturbances from everything in the school. It looks like, so normal, though. Pardon. Hell yeah, let's put acid-based lubricant in the door. Outside is a field level of the ground I'm walking on. I seem to be on the first floor of the building. Eventually, I reach the doorway and cautiously venture outside. That's one way to take down a door. It certainly is. There's barely any difference in temperature or atmospheric composition compared to the real world. But the lack of wind is unnatural, and there are other discrepancies between here and there. I turn out and inspect the building's exterior. This is indeed at school. The big downside about water-based lubricant is that it kind of doesn't last as long as other lubricants. So you have to apply, it more often. But that's a really low price to pay for all of the wonderful advantages of not having kids on accident or having your bicycle tire not rotate properly. Or, yeah. I walk along the wall. Eats through your fucking bike tire. Just. I walk along the wall and go around the building. Soon I reach what seems to be the main gate. I turn towards the school building once again and come to a realization.
I recognize this place.
I have seen a photo. God, I feel like I made this joke before, but do you think Igus is self-lubricating? I've seen a photo from this angle in preparation materials. No, I didn't make the joke. It was a joke about Lapras before, yeah. I recall this is a high school in Inaba. To make sure, I step past the school gate and check the nameplate. The name engraved in the gate's pillar is Yasugami High School. I cross-reference the name with the map of the area and find a match. This is confusing. A real-world location has been completely recreated in the TV. Funniest part was they put the wheel on, but they didn't put the thing on that locks it in place, so that's why... Okay, that is funny. A real-world location completely recreated inside a TV. Why is it structured like a nesting box? Just then, I sense something moving in the corner of my vision. I quickly turn and view it from the front. It's a uniformed girl. She's running straight through the opposite direction of the field. Is she a student? No, this is not a real school. Could she be one of my senpai Ganji spoke of? But Moment's thought highlights an important detail. Her pale skin, her hair color. There can be no mistake. It's the girl I saw in Moment in the airport of the hijacking. I immediately chase after her, but the girl is much faster than I anticipated and cannot close the distance. I release a portion of my foot, speed limiters, and finally get close until I'm able to grasp her right arm from behind.
Huh?
The girl stops around. There's a surprise in her face, but she stares wide-eyed in wonder at my form. They didn't edit it out. They also... Look, they're like, look, it's so fucking good it'll spin a tire off of you. That's how you know you're getting the right loop. Though I am surprised myself. The instant I take her hand, a flash of intuition charges through me like electricity. This girl is Lapras. I am unaccountably convinced.
Who are you? That's one funny-looking costume you've got on.
Oh, well,
Oh, of course. You're mixed up in this racket too, aren't you?
Racket? Does she mean the tournament?
No, I'm not in this tournament of my own free will.
Really? Then you mind letting me go? I'm the student council president. I can't be letting people run wild at this school.
Student council president?
Didn't I tell you to let me go? Are you trying to get in the way of my work here?
The girl looks at me with an irritated expression. How strange. She speaks as if she's leading an ordinary life here at school. If she was aware that she was inside the TV, would she say such things to me?
If you happen to know...
Reminds me of that Flex Seal commercial where he makes a submarine out of Flex Seal and a truck, and the last shot of the commercial is people in scuba gear getting him out of the sticky... Wait, really?
Huh? It's the first floor of the classroom building. Can't you tell?
Huh? Is it possible that you don't recall entering a TV?
A TV?
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm kind of in a hurry here. Can I go now?
Before you do,
That's
please tell
hilarious.
me something. Who are you?
Who? What'd you stop me for if you didn't even know? I just told you. I'm the student council president. What hole have you been hiding in? The elections were just last week. Are we done now? 'Cause I got places to be.
The girl ends up the conversation sternly, shakes off my hand, and runs away again. In an instant, she's disappeared into the school
Please,
building.
wait!
I go after her, but just as I enter the hallway and round the first bend, something blocks my path, but I can't see what it is at all. I can't see it, and when I reach my hand out, I can feel it. I know what this
That
is.
wall again!
The invisible wall that prevented Kanji's passage is almost likely the same thing. Once again, I'm surprised. I touch it, and my sensors detect nothing. It's much stronger than I had imagined. It repels even gunfire, let alone physical strikes. I attempted various methods to destroy it before I can. The girl
It
disappears from
seems I
view.
am forced to try a different route.
I considered the situation once more. Was that girl truly Labrys? There's too many factors now indicating otherwise. Her appearance and the feel of her arm when I grasped her a moment ago. Both are strong signs that she's human. If she's entirely artificial, then she could be at least part of an older generation models of myself. Her speaking voice and behavior were also indicative of known human patterns. According to the records, Labrys' development, she was sealed away sometime after. After December, with natural human speech, she could have been so proficient in such a short time. She's not a machine, but a human, so she cannot be Labrys. Usually I would not hesitate to make judgment based on the available data, yet I cannot shake a feeling that she must be Labrys. That intuition I felt earlier, what caused it, in this case remains murky. If I were to use my senses being muffled by a thin cloth, but I cannot leave her be. Even if she's not Labrys, the fact that itself means that she is in danger. I quickly look for an alternate route. Fucking hell, how did they make Aigis the most boring one? The only thing I'm wondering about was he's dry on the inside. Like, that's the question. I backtracked the way I came and ran outside. And suddenly I'm enveloped in a tidal wave of sound. These are human voices. The cheering comes from an enormous crowd. I turn around and there's a thick mass of people running towards me out of nowhere. They're the boys and girls in uniforms. It's clear that everyone's looking at me. How do I fail to detect so many humans? But then I notice it. There's a white noise running through all the sensors. It's the same feeling I had when I was fighting Kanji-san. What is this? As I stand in the thought, the students close in on me. I ask what business they have with me, but the uproar drowns out my voice. I cannot attack them, so I have no choice but to edge backwards. Soon I have my back against a wall. I look around for an escape route. Luckily, there is a door besides me. I hurry inside to find shelter. The rooms I enter appear to be spacious. It's dark here, but I believe it's a gymnasium. Here and there, there are folding chairs and equipment piled in heaps. It looks like the result of some strange ritual. Suddenly, light shines in the corner. Upon closer inspection, I can see the monitor showing something. It's airing some familiar faces.
Rivals. They are friends, yet powerful foes. The desperate fighting program amongst high school students. A new legend is about to start.
May the manliest of all men come on down!
This is the same company where they made a video of the spokesperson killing a bucket.
Kingpin of Steel, Yu Narukami!
It's only natural.
Wage slave in the boonies by day, hero by
To be
night.
fair, Flex Seal, actually pretty good product though.
Everything that
force me has gotta go.
They're really
A
proud of
spunky
this.
dragon with deadly legs. The carnivore who's discarded womanhood, Chie Satonaka!
I mean, it's good,
Please escort
but
me to the ring, my prince.
you really do get sick of watching it. For the record, yes, I can skip it.
One strike.
Blooming roses and
I think.
bulging muscles.
I haven't actually
The
tried.
blood-curdling beefcake emperor,
I'd be shocked if I couldn't.
Hatsumi! Deep into realms of romance. The body of a child, the brain
Hey,
of a genius,
John, we
the
talking about
2000
Flex
IQ
Seal and how
killjoy
fucking
detective,
bored I am.
Naoto Shirogane!
How are you doing?
Army of idiots.
You're at work, I assume?
Fight and survive towards the one throne waiting at the end. The P1 Grand Prix where fierce fights will be fought. The battle begins tonight.
I'm not sure what to say about that video. It seems modeled after promotional videos for martial arts tournaments. I noticed appearances by Kanji and the guest is General Teddy. The other people seem to be also participants. How you doing today? The money prison. Ah. Yep, nope, that's an accurate description of work. It's safe to assume they're all Persona users. As I was watching my reactions from General Teddy, it appears in the monitor replacing the video. I like how it shows their weapons. You have knives, swords, and then you have shit. It just looks like two shoes off. Yeah, I love that.
Welcome. Look,
I found out I have a
everyone,
new
another
addiction. Oh shit, what's the addiction? Without warning, there's a loud sound. All the doors in every direction open at once. Excited students pour in, cheering and yelling. And before I know it, I'm surrounded by people with no means of escape. General Teddy grades at my situation and raises his stubby arm.
Bring out the next opponent!
Oh my god, who's it gonna be? A spotlight shines on the spot where the crowded parts. A female student can be seen. She has short hair and wears a sweatshirt. She looks very athletic. It's Chie. I recognize her face from the video. Her name was Chie Satonaka. She steps forward and bouncing from foot to
I
foot.
heard that you're elbowing in on the tournament. Suits me fine.
Building
Let's
model
do this.
kits. Models of what? As she finishes her speech, she takes a fighting stance. Just then a gleaming silhouette appears behind her. Okay, so no, they still use the term gleaming silhouette, so I imagine if you have potential, even pseudo-potential, you can see a persona. It is another persona. She extends her palm facing upward and motions with her fingers taunting me.
Ooh, she's ready
He's making
and
Gundams?
raring
Well, I
to
want to
go.
confirm if he's making Gundams. This is strange. Chie's willingness to fight is odd enough, but even strangers and students are in the crowd. Even when I see a persona up close, they show no signs of alarm. Come to think of it, how did they get here? I can't believe they are all persona users. But even if they were, they would be so excited over such brutality. What if I stuck in a mysterious world filled with potential dangers? Does that not seem likely? Perhaps my basic assumptions are faulty. Could they, like these buildings, be unreal? I cannot jump to conclusions, but I decide to take the offensive. I turn to the monitor. General Teddy is bouncing up and
I
down
will
gleefully.
fight on one condition.
Those in DBC and Digimon models. No one signed Evangelion model on mine, and man, the amount of assembly. Yo, an Evangelion model would be sick. See, I used to, so I've said this before, like a family friend got me into anime, and she also used to build like Gundam models, but like, I've never had the patience for that shit. I just couldn't do it.
Which is?
Interesting, he answered me. I can hold a conversation with him, which means he can see and
That
hear
you
me.
immediately release all these students from this school, or rather, from this world. If you do that, I will fight as you wish.
Tut tut! Are you making demands to me? Before you get too worried about other people, why not worry about yourself?
Oh, John, Persona's best mascot is on the screen. Right now. The best mascot in Persona. I struggle making Lego sets. No fucking way I can make it get Gundam. See, I can make Lego sets, I just find it miserable.
I will not fight unless you guarantee
My brother,
their
though,
safety.
can build a Lego set, no issue. It's fun to do when I'm watching stuff. Yeah, I can imagine. If you were capable of tolerating it. The Teddy. Fuck out of here with the Teddy. No. Oh, God, no. Teddy is the worst character in all of Persona. No, the robot girl, obviously. I glare at General Teddy through the monitor. I didn't want to involve the students, but I have an idea.
Sheesh! What a stubborn girl!
I can make Legos too, it just takes a while. He snaps his fingers. The room instantly fills with light. I ward myself against it by covering my eyes. Yeah, the teddy bear is the Persona 4 mascot, and the robot girl on the right is the Persona 3 mascot. So this is Persona 3 and 4's version of Morgana. A few seconds later, the brightness fades normal. As my eyes adjust, I see that the students have vanished.
Is that what you wanted?
Me buying Ecto 1 Lego set, it's $200. Damn. The general smiles proudly. My guess was correct. If the students were fake, it's easier for him to remove them than talk to me into fighting. Fuck. Morgana's not as bad as Teddy. As a result, my sensors detect the moment when the students disappear all at once. The only human here is Chie-san in front of me. Looking around, it seems not everything disappeared. My brother had an Ecto 1 Lego set and it was cheap when he got it. Human-like figures remain if the shadows of the students were burned off into the scenery. There were several about the gymnasium. Their readings are similar to shadows, but they show no signs of hostility. Morgana and Marie are with it. Morgana is not worse than Teddy. You take that back. Teddy is literally Hitler. In a game series that has actual Hitler, Teddy is worse than Hitler. Like 60 or 70 when it came out, but it was stupid I didn't get it. The readings are similar to shadows, but they show no signs of hostility. So these are true forms of students. They've been unmasked.
Honestly, you're in no position to be making demands, you know. I'm making an exception just this once because it's no fun if you don't both go at it tooth and claw. Even if you don't resist, your opponent will show no mercy. It'll be a grisly sight.
Come on! Even if the crowd was still here, would you not have hit back when I hit you?
No. The safety of the people must be prioritized above
Teddy's
all
Yosuke's
else.
problem not used, so he doesn't bug me. See, the thing is that Teddy bugs me every time he's on fucking screen. I hate him so much. I want him to die. If I could personally kill Teddy, I would personally kill Teddy. Like, what I want to do is I want to take Teddy's bear costume and I want to shove it down his fucking Swedish-ass throat so he just chokes on his own bear costume skin. And then he just, like, inflates and then he just fucking pops. I fucking hate Teddy so fucking much. Anyway. To be fair, I don't know that Teddy is Swedish. He just kind of looks Swedish. That's why I'm buying Nest One ASAP, because it's retail 200. I don't want to get it. It also has Terrafui, which takes you out of the dungeon for free. I don't think I've ever used that ability, ever. I think I just used Go Homes. Oh, and needless to say, I have nothing against Swedish people. I have everything against Teddy.
Ha! That's pretty cool of you, actually. But self-sacrifice doesn't mean much coming from a machine. They can just fix you right up.
Wasn't expecting that. I wasn't fucking that.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't even count as self-sacrifice for a machine. It's just what you're programmed to do. You probably don't feel pain or anything, huh? It just seemed that way because you look human.
But no, for real, fuck Daddy, though.
You may not understand, but I can sense pain as well.
Halel Ben Shahar is the original name of Lucifer. Lucifer is actually the, Greek translation?
Really? That's such a weird
The name
thing
means
to
the
program
enlightened
into
son
a
of
weapon.
morning.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
That's...
As I struggle to answer, Chie smiles
Well,
wide.
that's fine with me. Means I can fight you without pulling any punches.
Her smile disappears and her eyes spark with fire as she launches herself at me. I would rather not fight her, but she is a Persona user. I clench my teeth and make myself ready to intercept
if I
her.
must fight you,
Thought it was
then
Roman?
I will.
Maybe. I'm not super confident. I thought... Here, I'll look it up right now. Why not? I know the Bible's written by Romans, but I'm not sure if the name itself... Yeah, okay, yeah, it is Latin. Okay, yeah. It's Roman. Written is the keyword? What?
Finally! Fight!
Severe impact!
Ow, God!
Maximum dash! No! Double kick! Dash! Persona! Going! Aerial mode! Go! They're completely uninterested! Heavy damage! Light damage! Yours now! Maximum dash! Furious! Going! Severe impact! Ready! Astounding persistence! Aerial mode! Go! Dash! Will it all be over at Max strike! The slim difference was a deciding factor.
The Bible is written because, you know. I guess it's technically a fighting game. At this point, it feels more like a fucking visual novel, but technically it's a fighting game.
Oh, sheesh. Wow. You're definitely a pro when it comes to fighting.
I'm sorry. Are you all right?
Yeah. But boy, I didn't stand a chance against you. Hey, what's all this about you being a robot?
She's upset by her loss, but seems cheerful. She didn't show this open-mindedness before the fight. Perhaps, as with Kanji, I could make peace with her by... No. Excuse me. It is vain of me to think that is possible. Her words echo in my mind. It doesn't even count as self-sacrifice for a machine. It's just what you're programmed to do. I hate to admit it, but her observation is
I may seem
correct.
like a ridiculous machine to you, but I'm still...
Huh? I never said that.
Some Danganronpa meets Street Fighter. Okay. No. It's so much worse than both of those games.
Wait. You're not acting like you did before the fight. I'm surprised that you're a robot, but what gives?
Chie-san looks stupefied. Her expression confuses me as well. She stated it clearly, yet she doesn't remember. Then something hit me. Didn't things go similarly with Kanji as well? Could it be that something was done to the participants? No, I should avoid drawing conclusions based solely on speculation. The most I've gotten out of this game is, it is like, there's been a massive lore dump. There's a lot of fleshing out about the mechanics of personas in this game. But other than that, this game is super fucking boring. I should avoid drawing conclusions based solely on speculation. But there is something I
That
must do
reminds me,
first.
I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Aegis.
Looks like we let our fists say too much before we opened our mouths.
I saw the introductory video. You're Chie Satonaka, correct?
Yep. Oh, you can just call me Chie.
The carnivore who's discarded womanhood.
Okay, you didn't need to bring that part up, and I didn't discard anything. I can use a persona, but I'm just an ordinary high school student. I go to Yasugami High. So anyways, are you, seriously a machine? No foolin'?
Yes. I was created as a weapon for a certain purpose. It may be difficult to explain to you.
Nah, I can tell from the fight you're telling the truth. Huh, so you're not cosplaying. Then again, it'd be pretty nuts for someone to come out here to cosplay.
Oh, fun fact about Aegis, she's also a wild card.
Speaking of which, Chie-san, can you tell me what this place, this world, is? I confess that I am looking for someone. While pursuing them, I heard the rumor about going inside TVs and ended up here.
Oh, right. You can use a persona. That's how you got into the TV. Where should I start? I don't know exactly how it works, but this place is supposedly a realm formed by human thought.
By thought, does that mean this is someone's mental landscape?
Like Charlie from It's Always Sunny? No, like Ren.
I guess so.
Then we've physically entered a mental world? Through a TV, no less? How can this be?
Or you. Or Makoto. Or the entire cast of Persona 1 and 2.
To tell the truth, I never understood it so well myself. There was this insane monster thing around town up until early spring. It created this whole world, and I got my persona because of what happened in here.
Chie holds her arms with a troubled look on her
Come to
face.
think of it, all this stuff should have been over and done with. But you see that ad showing on the monitor over there? It suddenly started getting shown on TV in reality. There's no way we were gonna stand for that crap to be shown. So that's why me and my friends came in here to put a stop to it.
Your friends are here as well?
Yeah, a couple. Also, that Teddy guy
The article
who's
saying
hosting
give
this,
Marie a
plus
chance
the
is
girl
basically
Rise
saying
who's
she's
serving
not
as
human, so give her
commentator. They're my
TLC.
friends
No, I
too.
deal with her type of.
But they're acting so weird.
She lets out a sigh. My antivirus actually blocked that website. She lets out a
Sorry,
sigh.
listen to me, babbling away. Do you think you can find this person you're looking for? Actually, could whoever it is get in here? I don't think normal people can enter the TV.
To tell you the truth, I have already encountered one such person, but
It's looking out for me, yeah. I tell her about the girl I saw. I gave her all the details that I can remember. I recall that she called herself the student council president. She didn't seem aware that she was inside
you
the
mean
TV.
the girl who was calling herself the student council president? Yeah, I saw her too. She was yelling into a bullhorn to stop this foolishness, but then she ran off saying she was gonna go talk to the tournament's host.
she was wearing the same skirt that you are, Chie-san. It seems to be part of a uniform. Are you acquainted with her?
No, I don't know her. It's funny, that girl said she was elected last week. But if I remember right, our student council
There's a screenshot from
president was a
SMT2
guy.
Frost, Jack Frost saying, "You got a deep voice for someone with no balls." I have many doubts about her. I must meet her again and
Thank
figure
you.
her out.
I now have a better understanding of the situation. Well then, I should be going now. I would like it if you could come along, but
I know, I can't leave here, right? I'll stay put for now.
I will come back for you later. You may find it hard to trust me, but
No, I believe you.
Chie replies
I've been
unhesitantly.
through so much over this past year that I'm pretty confident I can read people. Honestly, though, what other choice do I have? If you run into any of my friends, tell them I'm okay.
I will.
After wiping the dust from her right hand with her sleeve, Chie
Aige-san,
extends it to
right?
me.
So, if this was some fighting
The other point
manga,
was, well,
we'd
she's
beat
the
the tar out
Megami
of each other, then
she's
shake
the Megami
hands in the
Tensei in
end
the
as best
title.
friends.
Yeah, so is Yumiko, and we all know what happened to her.
A powerful enemy can become a powerful friend,
She-
you know?
She died? Mate, I hate to break it to you, literally no one knows what happened to the original Megami Tensei characters. I'm pretty sure most SMT fans aren't even aware there was a Megami Tensei. I clasp her hand. She smiled in
Friendship
embarrassment.
can do amazing things. I saw that for myself last year. And you and I can be friends too, so, you don't need to talk like you're just an object.
Yeah, I figured they died. I was pretty sure they died.
Chie-san.
I'm just saying the claim we all know is a little disingenuous.
Don't look at me like that. You're embarrassing me. Come on, get going. Go! Hurry!
Yes, I'll see you later.
Nakajima was killed and Yumiko walked off with his decapitated head to go kill herself. Yes, I did remember that part, yes. Energized by Chie-san's words, I run towards the entrance. I turn away and wave to Chie-san. I told you this before. I know! That's why I knew it. I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure not everybody knew that. There's more at stake than Labras. I must protect these people. I swear to vow myself and leave. When I'm really bored and I'm sitting, I have a bad habit of like slamming my fist into my leg. And normally this isn't a problem, but I've discovered when I went to take a shower that I have given myself a fucking bruise on my leg from just like, because I'm just sitting here punching myself. As I exit the gymnasium, I remain cautious while running down the hall. Suddenly, I pick up a response on my transmitter, which has been silent until now. I stop and focus, picking up the signal.
You hear? Can you hear me, Aigis?
The staticky transmission seems to become clear. It is a voice I recognize very well.
Good. It seems you're all right, too. It's been quite a while since I last used my persona in this manner. To think it would be useful in a place like this.
Oh yeah, Mitsuru also has technology that she can attach to her persona to boost her persona's powers, which is like a thing, I guess.
Is Akihiko-san with you?
No, we were separated, but I can still sense him. I doubt he'll be defeated that easily.
You eat your last hoe. Is it? Honestly, I can't even tell if it's real anymore. This franchise is so dumb. She's speaking out of carelessness, but trust. I know because I feel the same.
I'm sure you're aware by now, but although we came in search of Labras, we appear to have been dragged into another incident. Don't worry about meeting up for now. Under the present conditions, we'd only end up fighting
It's not
amongst
real?
ourselves.
Okay.
Understood.
I don't know how Labras ties into this situation yet, but be careful.
Before I can answer, the static grows louder and the transmission ends. Knowing that Mitsuru and Akihiko are okay gives me room to breathe. Jack Frost has used a gun before. The invisible walls are everywhere along the hallways, forcing me down a particular path. Devil Buster. Right, yes, the Devil Busters. I follow the route soon and I can see the shoe lockers up ahead. It seems in the back entrance. When I reach the entrance, the monitor nearby turns on as if it's waiting for me. Which game is that in again? I remember what they are, I just don't remember the game. As usual, if it's Teddy, I took a defensive stance. This appears to be the arena for my next battle.
You're pretty good for a latecomer.
The instant General Teddy appears on TV, my sensors pick up that noise again. My suspicions turn into certainty. General Teddy is doing something for the matches. Whatever it makes for the opponent belligerent or something, I don't fucking care. I can assume that neither Kanji nor Chie were acting like themselves before the battle. That would explain why none of the stories are consistent afterwards. Devil Summoner and Soul Hackers. Right. Gotcha. Summoner. The original Devil Summoner? I hear light footsteps. A young man wearing his hat with lower eyes.
Naturally, of the three of you, you're the one I encounter first.
Oh, Naoto, sweetie. Maybe? Well, okay, no, this is before Persona Detective Naoto, so you're not at peak bullshit power. He shrugs his shoulders and pulls the brim lower. This boy was also in the promotional video. His name was Naoto Shirogane. I bring myself to high alert. He said
You
three
know
of us.
about us?
On hearing my question, he smiles
Did
cynically.
Kirijo not inform you? I don't merely know about you. I was there at the airport. The Kirijo group seems rather lax for a multinational corporation, allowing a machine to act autonomously and take command. To be frank, watching you fills me with pity. Perhaps the kindest thing to do would be to give you a merciful end.
Pity?
Your existence is inherently a deception, isn't it? You're a machine, and a weapon on top of that. Yet you look human. Those who meet you think you're human. You even seem to believe it yourself. Truly pitiful.
I have no answer to this. As much as I don't want to believe it's
You were
all
built
true.
to consider yourself human in order to activate the ability to wield a persona. Your appearance and your heart are only prerequisites for that power. I'm sure you've realized it already. You will never find the means to cross the gap between the human heart and your mechanical frame. No matter how much you want love, you'll never earn it. At best, people grow fond of you.
He sounds as if he knows for certain. I hang my head in spite of
The
myself.
more I consider the matter, the more I genuinely
They hang out in the
pity
sewers
you.
in the original Devil Summoner and approach and tell you to release your demons. If you do, they'll let you go to your fight. And Soul Hackers, a special fusion. They're also in the back already Englishly Soul Evolutions Persona, where they just put a bunch of random beats in the background.
I'd best hurry up and put an end to your pathetic life.
Naoto draws his gun. Because my eyes are lowered, I'm slow to react. I already know that we had to fight, and yet I curse my carelessness and quickly stand back. I always forget Naoto has a gun because it seems so fucking out of place. Again, reminder. Chie has shoes, and Naoto has a fucking gun. Aaron and Rido, but you know who is Jackson 5. Oh, God.
Final. Fight!
Aerial mode. Finally on a roll. Down. Here I go. Here I go. Here I go. Fire. Opponent reading launching attack. Aerial mode. Fire.
Now you've
Like
crossed
they're
the line.
finally getting serious. Going. Airstrike. This is fire. To a very one-sided battle. Shot. Fire. Has the battle been decided? Fire. Here I go. The opponent is still standing.
I ran out of bullets. I didn't know Aegis had limited bullets.
That ended quickly. Did they lose their focus?
Yo, I just ran a fucking perfect. Okay, note to self, Aegis has only so many bullets. I mean, I'm not gonna say that doesn't make sense. I was just surprised. Naoto slowly gets up. She's staggering. Okay, we've changed to she all of a sudden. Slightly dizzy. I watch carefully for any change in her behavior, but I'm surprised by what I hear
Are
next.
you thinking what I'm thinking? The mastermind behind this tournament may have some means of fogging our senses. Were you suspecting that as well?
Yes.
Seeing me nod, Naoto-san
Then we are
smiles.
in agreement. Its aim appears to be to make friends fight one another, though it's a mystery to me as to why it would do such a thing.
Now Tassan brushes some dust off and walks towards
But the
me.
battle is over and the interference has been lifted. Given past examples, the pattern is clear. How about it? Why don't we talk things over?
I have no objections. Now San seems to understand everything. I nod my head relieved.
I am Naoto Shiragane. I work as a detective. I agreed to act as an observer for the police regarding the special cargo, met with Kurijo-san beforehand, and accompanied her to the airport.
So that's how you knew about us. I recall seeing you in the introductory video along with the other competitors.
They're good friends of mine. I attend Yasogami High, the same school as them.
I see. So after you finished your business and returned to your hometown, that video appeared on TV. Is that correct?
That's right. At least that's what I should say if I wanted to feign innocence.
Ugh.
What?
The real reason I came here is because I was tailing you. It was for a secret investigation.
For who?
Naturally, I cannot reveal my client or what their aims are, but I'm sure you have your own secrets to keep. What do you think? As long as we're in the same boat, why not cooperate?
I become tense when she mentions her secret investigation, but that's not important
I see.
now.
It would not be wise to continue to stand in each other's way in this situation.
I accept Naoto-san's hand
How
in a
much
shake.
do you know about this world?
Your friend told me it's a realm formed by human thought. In which case, why a school?
This place varies according to people's mental state. When someone enters it directly, they have a much stronger effect on it. For a normal person with no persona-based resistances, a dangerous situation will arise where their shadow goes berserk. That happened frequently in the case I was involved with last year. This false school may have something to do with it.
I consider Labras. According to her specifications, she should be able to use a persona, but did this come from her mind? Why a school? And why Yasugami High School of all places? She has no prior knowledge of the place. She's never even visited an Inaba. But if that girl is Labras, she undoubtedly has a heart. It is possible something like that happened that Naoto suggested could
I
happen.
assume you have a theory already?
Yes. Thank you very much. I believe I'm slowly starting to understand what's going on.
I took down the path ahead. Before I go, I turn and ask Naoto a question.
Would you mind telling me something? Why did you tell me about your secret agenda?
I suppose because it wouldn't be fair otherwise.
A wry smile spreads across Naoto's face. Man, the fucking writer of this game really loves the word ride, don't they?
Given that I cannot leave here and must trust my friend's fate to you, it would be unfair to continue deceiving you. But not only that, you carry out your duties with little care for your true appearance. You and I are not on equal grounds there.
My true appearance?
Consider it a sign of my respect for that. I still seem to have a soft spot.
Naoto-san's smile fades as she looks at me solemnly.
Aiga-san, I ask only one thing of you. Please save my friends.
That is my intention.
Thank you. I'll wait here, secure in knowing that.
We nod to each other. Chie-san, Kanji-san, and Naoto-san are also different. They're connected by a strong bond. Knowing that fills my heart
I
with
am
warmth.
curious, though. When you refer to your true appearance, do you mean the fact that you are a woman?
What?
Am I mistaken?
Oh, well...
Your clothing hides it, but my sensor scan shows the body measurements of a human with female proportions.
What do you mean? How much can you see?
Suddenly, Naoto-san loses all of her composure and turns red as she covers her chest with her arms. What happened? I don't think I said anything to warrant such a reaction. Just then, General Teddy interrupts over the monitor.
Hey, enough with the chit-chat! Hurry up and move on to the next!
Would you like to know your current measurements? From top to bottom, they are...
That's quite all right.
I mean, I am actually, yes, please.
Never mind, little old me. Please finish that line of thought. I demand it!
How did we get so off subject? If you're going to go, please hurry and leave.
She yelled at me. I must have said something rude. That still happens every so often. An innocuous remark can be greatly upset someone. I must keep practicing. I just really want to know how big they are. That's my fucking question. Like, not just for raw curiosity. I want to know how big they are. I climb the stairway and notice a silhouette in one of the classrooms. Looking carefully, it could be the student council president's Labris. I will be relieved if I'm caught up to her so soon. But the hand I raise to knock on the door inadvertently stops. Wait, could she be my next opponent? She wasn't in the promotional video, but neither was I, yet I'm forced to fight in the Grand Prix. But there's no point worrying about that now. I cannot change the path I take, nor the opponent I must face. I prepare myself and knock lightly on the door. How big's what? I just want to know how big Naoto's tits are. That's all I want to know. I prepare myself and knock lightly on the door. All we know is that they're bigger than Reise's. That's all we have. We know that they're big, and they're bigger than Reise's. That's it. I set foot in the classroom. There's no immediate interruption from General Daddy. It looks like he's not scheduled a match between us. I breathe a sigh of relief.
What are you doing here?
Ain't it obvious? I'm cleaning up the classroom. It's no picnic, what with people running wild and wrecking things.
She takes down the chairs piled on each side of them and lines them up. After a few runs, she takes a breath. Though she's complaining, there's a gentle smile on her
But
face.
I guess this is all in a day's work for a student council president. We'll look back on it and laugh, right?
You seem like you're having fun.
That's because I love my school. Even the chores are fun for me. The reason I wanted to be president is because of that. Oh, it can be rough when things get out of hand like this.
But it's dangerous here. You must leave at once. Won't you come?
Whoops. Fuck. She seems confused by my words and tilts her head to one
What?
side.
You're worried about me? Hey, I'm the president. And you might not think so to look at me, but I ain't no slouch in a fight. I'll be...
No, that's not what I mean.
If there's a single pause in the middle of the dialogue, I just click the button. How should I put this? She still has no idea of the danger. She walks up next to me, takes a look at my face, and giggles.
Your clothes are pretty out there. But I can see you mean well. Thanks. Some of these students won't listen to a word I say. But I feel like I gotta be here. No. I wanna be here.
Even if it puts you in danger?
You're really a drama queen, aren't you? Who's to say I'm in danger for sure? Besides...
Her eyes burn with affection for something dear to her.
Even if you're right, I'd want to stay here.
There's no need to test her commitment. It is consistent with the fact of this world being created. Then, is she human?
I always wanted to go to school with everyone. Just like normal. That's all.
Does that imply you couldn't do so before?
You're asking me that now? Honestly, back then,
She stops abruptly. I waited patiently for her to continue, but her face was twisted with suffering. She puts her finger to her temple. Her knees begin to buckle.
What's wrong?
Weird. The past, How come it's...
She begins to fall when I catch her. At that precise moment... now Teo needs to get on my level. I assume they're not that big. I feel like didn't I watch Aiken? I think I watched... I actually legitimately think I watched Aiken. Right? Didn't I? Maybe? I don't know. I did. I gave it a 5. There's a strong reading for my fingers as soon as I touch her. It's so strong, like touching a hot stove. This is the same reading as when my fist struck my hand into a TV. It's coming from a personality module. For the record, if you ever want to know how much boob is too much boob, it's when your entire chest is boob. Like, when your entire when you have a character and their whole torso is boob, you went too far with it. It's coming from a personality module, a piece of lost technology called Plumes of Dusk by the researchers due to its shape. I have one inside me as well. It's not merely strong evidence, it's conclusive. There are still questions to be answered, but this girl can be none other than Lapras. At the very least, she's not human.
Sorry, I'm not feeling so good all of a sudden.
The memory she's trying to access is causing conflicts with her current level of awareness. If she tries to remember, she'll not be able to maintain her mental state. The memory is charged. When you have boobs but no navel. I hold her close and wait for her to calm down. But her reaction does not improve. It gets worse. She shakes violently, as if electrified. Suddenly, bright lights burst in front of my eyes. Excuse me. They've switched to gray text. Is something flowing into me? I quickly let go of Lapras, but it does not fade away easily. Imagine I don't recognize how... Images I don't recognize flow together in my head one after another at incredible speeds.
Are these Labras's memories?
The turn of data finally subsides. I analyze data to find out what happened, and then I understand. It did not flow into me. This data was already dormant inside of me. I am the last number of the Anti-Shadow Weapon Project. I inherited all the data from the previous models of the same type, both tangible and intangible. Labras's memories were part of it. Normally, developers would not upload data into me that was unrelated to battle, but the Plume of Dusk is a black box. It is possible that something was transferred somehow through that. Thinking back, it might have been the reason I saw Lapras at the airport. My glimpse of the newly awakened Lapras caused my buried records of her appearance to be culled. Perhaps that is what happened. Unfortunately, the memories I have accessed are in complete disarray. Can't just flip through it in an album. The video records were not in chronological order, making them useless in their current state. However, there was one memory that was left an impression on me. The sea, the cerulean sky, and lingering clouds in the emerald blue water. All the other memories of cold mechanical rooms or the night sky, but this one is different.
What was that just now?
Lapras staggers as she stands up. Before I can ask her anything, she abruptly shakes me off and runs out of the classroom.
Wait!
I try to chase after her, but after only a few steps, I tripped over my own feet. The information overload prevented me from making any sudden movements. I felt fight through it, dragging what feels like several times the weight with my legs. When
Are you sure you want to take that girl out of here?
I stumble to a stop and look around, searching for the hidden speaker.
This is the only place she can fit in. No one will understand her once she steps outside. But she can't become human either, so she has no other choice but to wallow in this illusory school. Pitiable, isn't she? But this is the only way she can be happy. Are you going to take that from her? Who are...
I stop, suddenly realizing the answer to my question, and catch my breath in my throat. This voice, it's mine.
What will you do after you take her from here? Lock her up in a box again?
Isn't Shadow Aegis just Metis?
How cruel. No wonder she ran away. Ran away? What are you... You don't mean... You finally figured it out? Lapras wasn't brought here by some sinister mastermind. She escaped on her own and came here. That can't be. The suspects in the hijacking case... I'm sure you've seen the opponents you fought so far robbed of their sanity. Have you forgotten already? You're saying that was Labras's doing too? Yes. Her heart gave birth to this world, and that power is one of her abilities, from some special equipment. With a power like that, wouldn't it be simple to control a number of ordinary people?
It's true hijackers were confused and that there were signs of mental interference.
It does seem strange to go to so much trouble to come to a place like this. If she did in fact do this, then she must face herself. What gives you the right to say that?
Suddenly, the tone of her voice changes. She speaks very gently, like a parent correcting a child.
You've experienced suffering before, too. It pains you to have a heart, knowing that you can never be human. Even if there was someone you considered to be worth fighting for, you can't be a real companion to them.
I guess this VA plays quite a few characters in these games.
That's why you chose to protect them as a weapon. But in the end, you still lost them. What do you know about me? Mere words will not cause me to abandon hope. A brave bluff. But a tool like yourself can never be a true partner for a human.
Shizagus, Nanako, Izanami, Nozumi, and background characters.
Doesn't your heart yearn to
And
be
it
by
sucks she
their
probably won't be
side
back.
and to be loved?
Why?
It hurts so much that I wish I could go back to how I was before I gained a heart. Has that really never once crossed your mind? I think not. That pain will never completely disappear. It will always fester inside you. Isn't that right? Even if you take Labras away, the same will happen to her. She'll become just like you. Is that a fate you want for her? You see, here you can have anything, as long as you look away from the truth. That doesn't just go for Labras, but for you too. Even the things you have lost forever. Here, you can have them back. What are you?
She went on some anti-vax rant a while back, and usually when that happens, that means no job's free. Oh, yeah. I cut myself off, realizing I'm becoming fascinated with the voice. This isn't good. I can't let the voice deceive me. I must get its speaker in my sights first. I carefully attune myself to the source of the voice and quickly turn in that direction. But the person standing standing there is me. Or rather, something that looks like me. She can enjoy her smallpox. At first, I think the overload is still affecting my sensors, but that's not the case.
I'll take away your suffering. Now, take my hand, Aegis.
Smile and extend my hand. I feel sick. This is confusing. I don't know what to do. My mind advises caution, but my heart doesn't listen. But all of a sudden, a door opens in the corner.
Pardon my interruption of this seemingly trivial conversation.
Fuck yes! This unexpected event brings me back to reality, and I realize I was nearly seduced by its promises. In a second, I see a woman beyond the door frame. That distinctive blue dress, I recognize the attire of an elevator girl. Her name was Elizabeth-san, I believe. But why is she here? Elizabeth walked right in and stands in the center of the room. There's nothing outwardly abnormal about her pose, but it is as imposing as a battle stance. She opens her thick leather-bound book, then smiles dauntlessly at the other me.
Excuse me, but I would like a word with this lady over here. Would you mind leaving?
Who are you?
If you don't leave the two of us, I must resort to giving you a hearty thrashing with my book. It's a hardcover, leather-bound edition.
I remember hearing
quite
about it, and someone
powerful.
online said, kinda sucks
Enough to
Nanaka's
do
voice
over
actor
4
is a Trump
digits on
supporter and an
average, I'd
anti-vaxxer
say.
made the mistake of reading her Twitter. See, this is why I always... nothing good comes from that. That's why I don't use it. Without warning, the pages from the book open,
What?
overflowing with light.
I don't believe this.
The other me's face flinches in pain, and she vanishes in the thin air while spitting a curse. Did she cease to exist? I can no longer pick up any readings on her. The tension leaves my body and I collapse to the ground. While I'm there, Elizabeth walks towards me. I first met her 2 years ago. Her attire is somewhat strange, but the place I met her was even stranger. A blue room, that's the only way to describe that mystical space. Its residents called it the Velvet Room. I do not believe it at all part of the real world. I almost made a Twitter. I actually did make a Twitter, but then I got banned. Near, Elizabeth was the one who governs power. She helped me to grow spiritually by introducing me to the power of personas. I never imagined she'd leave that room, let alone that I would run into her here. Yet her appearance here has saved
I'm
me.
sorry for that. Thank you for saving me.
Did I save you?
She stares at me, then lets out a long sigh of
I
disappointment.
was on a journey for personal reasons.
What were you banned for? I have no idea. I was streaming, and then you looked up my Twitter and then told me I was banned, and I was like, what? And then I double checked, and I'm like, oh, I guess I'm banned. So I don't know.
But I sensed some extraordinary powers clashing against each other and came to
You give
see
me an
what all
open
the
white
fuss
national
was
state fucks. I think what I did was I had it linked to my YouTube and Twitch accounts, and I think it removed me for being a bot. If I had to guess, I think it was that.
only to be met with this bitter disappointment.
I am baffled by her
Please
candidness.
stand. Have you already forgotten the enlightenment you gained before me once? Has it escaped your prodigious goldfish-like memory? It seems that I must once again ascertain what you are truly capable of.
Oh god, we're gonna get our ass handed to us. She speaks in tones as if she's engaging everyday conversation and opens to her leather-bound book again. I suddenly feel the deadly force of her intent, fierce as a gust of wind. Something about me is just... It's so weird that both Aegis and you are the main character of this game. Something about me disappointed her, and I know that much. But I clearly have no time to ask her what it is.
Here goes. The cards will decide your fate.
For the record, Aegis might be able to beat Elizabeth, but I would lean on no. Ugh.
Finally!
Thanatos! Oh no.
Maximum dash!
What?
Severe impact! No! Forgive me.
Negative penalty!
Ow!
Impressive.
She reversed my control.
Emergency! Severe impact! Here's some dash! Severe impact! Light damage!
Oh no.
Max shot! Dash! Strike!
Oh no. Impressive.
Strike!
Oh no. From this moment,
Persona!
impassive.
Dash! Going!
Oh no.
Dash! Persona!
Impassive.
Dash!
Right down.
Get fucked, Elizabeth. The Heartless Armed Angel.
Well done.
Elizabeth stands from her kneeling position. Though she lost, she did not so much as break a sweat. While I, for my part, am detecting strain in my entire drive system. I can see myself lacking the energy to even speak, reflected in Elizabeth's clear eyes.
You are indeed neither man nor any ordinary machine. You are truly singular. But then can anyone be said to be the same as anybody else? People anguish over the
I like
gulf
how they
between
acknowledge
themselves and
Elizabeth didn't
others,
even try.
and the lack of any who could possibly understand them. How is their situation different from yours? What defines life is not death, but bonds. That is the answer you once reached. Then take that to heart and go forth. Remember that your bonds will remain unbroken, giving you the strength to withstand any suffering.
My bonds.
I, too, am currently on an endless journey, but I anticipate that you will become a compatriot of mine, unbound by the limitations of time.
Just make a game about the Great Seal, Atlas.
I hope that you will not be led astray by trivial things. With that, I bid you good luck.
Elizabeth bows and finally shows me her smile. Immediately after, she turns on one heel and walks towards me, towards the hallway. I suddenly remember.
There are rules to this tournament delineating behavior after a match.
I remember why I looked up your Twitter. I noticed you had one and went, okay, that's the site where people show how awful they are. How much of a terrible person is Zach not telling me that I saw you. There you go.
Such parlor tricks can get stuffed. I shall be on my way.
True to her word, she leaves the room with no troubles and closes the door with an exaggerated slam. Those walls were nothing to her. But come to think of it, Labris didn't seem to subject to those rules either. Did they only apply to participants in the tournament? No, in Elizabeth's case, it simply does not matter to her.
She remains a complete enigma.
I find it amusing, which allows me to feel more relaxed.
It may be true that this world can grant one's true desire. But I want Labris to see past herself to a world where other people matter. Even if one discards their bonds to avoid pain, all that awaits is a numb, desert-like future with no promise. I thought as she did once, so I'm sure I can understand her.
I too felt the same for Labris, as Labris when I went through an incredibly trying ordeal. If there's no one to stretch out their hand to her, she'll hide herself deeper within her blockade. Labris has fallen into a trap she cannot escape on her own. That is because the key to extricating, I'm unfamiliar with that one, is the realization that one is not alone.
I want to form a bond with Labris, with my sister. I want to teach her things that she cannot learn if she is alone.
Saying it out loud helped strengthen my resolve. I changed my approach and focused on searching for a way to save her. Still, that thing that looked like me, was that Naota-san meant by shadow going berserk? My own shadow? Thinking of it that way shed some light on things. Of course I control my persona and have tolerance for this world, but my heart cannot easily be stabilized. If the same thing happened to Lapras, I suddenly realized the dangers involved. I impatiently suppress these thoughts and dash out to the hallway. Don't worry, big sis. One day an emo boy will come around to teach you love too. Means to free from constraint or difficulty. I follow the path formed by the invisible walls. Eventually, I climb the stairway to the third floor. There seems to be no walls, allowing me to go as I please. At the end is near. I prepare myself. Then I stand in front of a room outside saying the announcement room. The door is half open. I sense someone inside. I cautiously open the door. I peek around it. Yo! What's with this nasty-ass beat? This is an announcement room. As the sign indicated, the space inside is much larger than the classrooms I've seen. The equipment here is also closer to that of a TV studio than what would be found in a school. On top of that, the back wall is made of glass, showing a view that is clearly not a schoolyard. Taken together, this is the first distinct sign that this is not the real world. As expected, Lapras is standing there in the middle of the room. There's also another boy and girl as well. The girl is holding Lapras' shoulder, and the boy stands in front of the pair protecting them. Across from them is General Teddy. It seems that this is the end of the line. I've seen that boy's face in the video. What the fuck is the canon route? Yosuke Inamura, I believe. I'm not familiar with the girl's face, but I do recognize her distinct voice. It's the same voice that's been communicating the fights along with General Teddy in the school PA. From the tone of the commentating, I thought she was working with General, but right now she seems to be on Yosuke-san and Labras' side. I recall what Chie-san told me. Chie said that she, Rise-san, was originally their friend, in which case she may actually be another victim. General Teddy gave a cruel smile, squints his eyes, and speaks.
What a shame.
You gave it a try, but there's no way anyone would understand you. Huh?
General Teddy's voice and tone have undergone remarkable change. Listen closely, the voice is... Ah, so it's true. It finally reveals its true form.
At least one of them has to understand how I feel. Isn't that what you thought? The important part is that it's all your fault. That's not true.
Oh, shit.
You still refuse to remember? Look at me. And stop deluding yourself.
Maybe I should end the stream early. Is it possible? Is it possible to only do a 4.5-hour stream? Whoosh.
I am a shadow. The true self.
No way. That's... She has my face.
But the face is the only thing that's the same. The rest of the body is covered in metal. There's no doubt that it's man-made. Lapras sets out a short scream and backs up.
I'm not like that.
Calm down. It's just taking that form to agitate you.
Yosuke is frantically trying to calm down a confused Lapras. It's just taking that form to agitate you. That's what he said. I fucking heard him, game. But is that really the case? I have my own suspicions.
No!
Taking form, huh? Well, you have a point. I do have the power to confuse people's senses, warp what they're seeing, twist what they're hearing.
That's how you made my senpai fight each other.
Of the things you're seeing right now, which do you think is real and which is fake?
The former General Teddy. No, Lapras' shadow breaks into a grin. Lapras, meanwhile, is cringing in fear as she holds on to Yusuke's sleeve.
I'm not like you. I'm human, aren't I?
Huh? What do you mean?
You can see that Yosuke does not know how to answer the sudden
And how
question.
did I come to have these special powers? Why, it's because I have them.
With that, the shadow snaps its fingers. At once, static that on a poorly tuned TV starts appearing around Lapras and slowly envelops her. This game takes place in a domain where all of these routes are happening, but also not happening. I enhance my vision. Some of them work with other ones. Like, some of them do work together, but the vast majority of them are conflicting. Nothing is happening to Lapras' body. Which, for the record, makes power scaling impossible. I think the only consistent thing is that Elizabeth is stronger than everyone. It was my own vision that was clouded, or had been until now. Soon after the noise dissipates, an inhuman-looking girl is standing in her place.
A robot?
Metallic arms and legs extend from her uniform. Thrusters on her back spread like wings. It's just as I thought. Her body is identical to that of shadows in front of her. The writer dropped the pages in the correct way. Yeah,
looks like. It's her who's been deceiving you all from the start.
Like I said, of all of the routes, the one that I believe the most is that Akihiko jumped out of a window, found a beef bowl, then Chie jumped out of a window, found the same beef bowl, and then Chie beat up Akihiko and stole his beef bowl. Like, and then all of the other, like, members of the investigation team find Chie after she wakes up, and they're just so disappointed with her. And, like, that's the end. That's the route I believe the most happened. That's the one I have the least amount of problems with.
Not only you, but herself, too. She really thinks that she's a human living a normal life at school. To reinforce her make-believe as real, she prevented herself from accessing any memories that could contradict that. She even sealed away her own name. No! Stop! Why are you doing this? Kindly hurry up and remember me. Remember yourself. It's pretty rude of you to even forget your own name. No! I don't want to remember! Huh. Is that so? Looks like you still need an extra push.
The shadow grins evilly and swings an enormous axe at Labris, or actually Yosuke-san. Before the axe can complete its arc, I'm already in action. I must intervene. Neither Labris, in shock at seeing her true form, nor Yosuke or Rise are prepared for the attack.
What the?
I deflect the strike with the metallic part of my arm. Which is all of your arm. I guess you're a robot. It was heavier than I anticipated. The battle axe is a giant lump of metal that blocks most of my vision.
Girl? Wait, you're a robot too?
I turn my head to Labris and look straight into her shocked
You
eyes.
must remember, that is the only way the future will open up to you. You must accept it, no matter how painful it may be.
I totally clear voice. Their official name, which includes something no human has, a model number.
Your true name is 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labris.
Labris quivers violently as if an invisible arrow had pierced her chest. Oh, man, we have made it 61% through P4A. So it looks like next up is the Labris route, and then whatever this is probably, and then I imagine all of the to-be-continueds will pop. So I guess the question is, do we want to push into the Labris route, or should I just go to sleep? So here's the thing, right? If it was another Akihiko-linked one, no problem, I'd just go for Labris. But I feel like it's more going to be an Aigis route than an Akihiko route, you know what I'm saying? Like, I bet Labris is very long. Oh, wowie wowzers. Okay. Oh no, 2 hours, it says. Well, if Buffmaster is to be believed, it might be shorter than Akihiko. Main story, 9 hours. Oh, yeah, no, that person is fucking high. No one beat this game in 9 hours without skipping all of the cutscenes. Like, maybe if I was reading in my head, I could get this done in 9 hours, but... Let's see, Labras. I don't know. Labras might be shorter. The problem is I'm super tired. Oh, I'm debating it. I'm debating whether we should keep going or not. I do have a cup of coffee left. Alright, yeah, I think I'm gonna do Labras. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. But that's it. Just Labras. We're not doing any of the others, just Labras. Pardon. Alright. Oh, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then when I come back, we'll do the fucking Labras route. So I guess look forward to that. I'm not. Zach be like, I'll take tomorrow off to rest the day after tomorrow. I didn't sleep at all. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's head on to Labras. And then we're done. We're not doing any more after Labras. Even if everyone else pops up and it's like, you're ready to finish it? And I'll be like, nope. Initial boot successful. Time stamped 4/20/1999, 10/16/39.
The boot process was successful. This happens every time, but I'm never sure what to say to them first.
You mean like a greeting? There's no need for that, they're just machines.
2 humans within visual range, both male. Searching for voice print and visual matches. Personal identified as research staff, not hostile
But things
targets.
like that might affect the performance of these models.
Because they have a mind? Their emotions and things are completely faked. It's no different than an AI. It can't possibly be that sensitive.
Searching for keywords in conversation. Running logical analysis. Cross-referencing with related data. Current conversation topic is not
Well,
orders.
until we rule it out completely, we should at least be kind to them.
So you say. All right, from this moment on, you will be registered as candidate unit number 031.
That one seems to have had Johnny
Please
Bosch
repeat
in
your number
it.
back to me.
Johnny Bosch for this game. Yeah, I like to think it's the same character. Confirming first order. Initializing unit number. Output via voice requested. Activating voice synthesis module. Accepting input.
Unit number 031.
Hmm? Did its pronunciation sound a little odd to you?
Oh, they intentionally gave her a Brooklyn accent. I thought that might be the case because they hinted at it earlier.
You're worrying too much. Let's hurry up and haul it out.
Receiving action plan through console. Combat test against others of the same unit. I wonder what accent she had in the original Japanese then. Test commencing immediately after entering shock-resistant chamber within the lab. Frame stored within the cage for transport. Beginning transport.
Ah, so this is the one. I've been waiting to see it in action.
Transport complete. Cage reopened. New human found. Searching for voice print and visual matches. Personnel identified as research staff. Female. Cutting connection to outside data supply. Connection offline. Commencing cable disconnection.
Now, try getting up.
Order confirmed. Get up. Initializing motion synchronization engines for motor functions. Accepting input. Safety limitations active. Balance control gyros functional. Overall movement systems
This
functional.
model's loaded with a nearly pure form of that crystal. I can't wait to see what kind of results it gets.
Unit number 031, can you hear me?
Crystal?
Confirm your surroundings. Tell us any abnormalities you're feeling in your sensors or any other functions.
Order confirmed. Beginning simple self-diagnostic. Temperature, humidity, pressure, air, composition, lumens, sound, all within normal levels. You have all of that, but you didn't fucking install a compass or a gyroscope into them? Visual data within expected color spectrum. All
The
systems
readouts
functional.
seem fine. Monitoring system is fully operational.
Okay, we're gonna test your performance inside the battle chamber now.
The plume of dust shit from that one P3 book we pretend doesn't exist.
When you hear the buzzer, consider everything that moves an enemy and eliminate them.
Order confirmed. Oh, right. Okay, gotcha. Awaiting the signal to begin the test. Exit confirmed to be sealed. Room shape approximately cylindrical. Height approximately 11 meters. Area approximately 7 meters square. High energy light sources found on outer wall. Assumed to be fire resistant.
Sorry
and
to do this
bulletproof.
just after you've woken up, but it'll be good to put you through your paces.
Release of facing hatch detected. Mobile objects intruding into chamber. 7 objects in total. Scanning for visual matches. Analysis non-human. Confirmed as same model units of humanoid weapons. Hostile markers confirmed. Classifying as hostile units. Releasing safety limiters. Battle limit now set at 70%. In 1999, these guys are learning about personas. Exits confirmed resealed. Test commencement. Signal received. Targets hostile humanoid weapons. Commencing battle. Well, she did say she killed her friends. Oh, I didn't think there'd be a cutscene for her killing her friends. Wow, that one looked a lot like Aegis. That was weirdly brutal. You just gotta be really fucked up to kill a whole army of things that look exactly like you. Plus, they all have personality modules also. In 2000, these guys are, well, shit, we fucked up. Let's use Persona to stop them. Meanwhile, the New World Order tried to make artificial Persona. All targets eliminated. Hostile units no longer capable of motion. Test termination signal received. Battle
That was
complete.
better than we could have hoped for.
Hey, what's with all the bodies? You made it fight that many on its first time?
Don't worry, it did great. This is a new high score for the first battle results.
Well done, Unit Number 031. Stand by for further instruction.
Order confirmed. Exiting chest chamber. Beginning transport to maintenance room. Resetting safety limiters. Taking seat in maintenance chair.
We're done testing, but there's
What I'm
still
getting
one
at is
thing
the
left to
Persona
do
canon
today.
is fucked. Well, these are different research groups, though.
I'm going to temporarily shut down your optics. Can you close your eyes?
I mean, you're completely correct, though. It's definitely fucked. Order confirmed. Shuttering optic inputs. Connecting cables. Online confirmed. Switching a portion of data supply to outside
We're going to transfer
source.
the data from the destroyed units into your memory.
That seems not good. And I said New World Order.
Run a diagnostic check while we're doing it and report any malfunctions. Understood?
These guys weren't invented. Order confirmed. Readying self-diagnostic. Initializing data transfer. Initiating personality module link. Initiating diagnostic of transferred data and sorting procedures. Sector 001, close combat control data. We'll investigate improvements. Invited. We'll investigate improvements of tactical patterns through synthesis and acquisition of data. Dividing into categories of sorting. Sector 002, evasive action control data. We'll investigate improvement of tactical patterns through synthesis and acquisition of data. Dividing into categories for sorting. Sector 003, non-battle data. Error, excluding. Sector 004, non-battle data. Error, excluding. Sector 005, battle-related data. What could these be? Momentary disruption of data from visual information stream. A room that is not this room. Not this place. Outdoor scenery thought to be at night. Also scenes of multiple units of the same type gathering outside of the battle chamber. Could these be memories? Visual memories? They obviously are related to the mission. Why have apparently purposeless memories been preserved this long? 20 to 40% of information data extracted from all 7 units are confirmed to be such information. Incomprehensible.
Anything to report?
Cable's disconnected. The idea of like having a bunch of like robots repetitively die and then uploading its memories into a new body reminds me of the Sisters Project in Index, and also just generally how Naruto's clone jutsu works. Time elapsed during data transfer, approximately 5 minutes. Like, it's super fucked up, because in theory that means that Lapras remembers, like, killing herself 7 times, but also dying 7 times. Reopening optic inputs, calibrating
All
servos.
right then, unit number 031, give us a simple report of today's battle results.
Order confirmed. Delivering oral report of test results.
This was the first test battle against others of my model. 7 units destroyed. Below 15% damage sustained. Don't seem to be any problems.
Was that...
Unusual expression detected from research staff. Facial recognition library indicates surprise.
Did I say something funny?
Does it have an accent?
Accent? Do you not understand the words coming out of my mouth?
No, we do, but...
See? I wasn't hearing things. The unit's speech really is peculiar.
You don't need to yell.
Is the language interface not set to default? Sheesh. If we'd known this, we would have reset it in advance.
Yeah, the base's personality might be coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the volunteers were from the Kansai area.
Oh, okay, they had Kansai accents, okay.
But it just woke up. Would it be exhibiting such distinct mannerisms this early?
They translated Kansai to Brooklyn? Okay.
It may be the effect of an enlarged plume of dusk, the basis of their mind. Perhaps it's accelerating their personality development.
Exchange of opinions taking place on an unexplained aberrance in speech pattern. Hypothesis offered that language interface settings fall outside expected result. Review of recent conversation does not reveal certain discrepancies. Internal monologue is within expected patterns, but oral output includes anomalies. Anomalies not affecting meaning. No impediments to communication predicted.
But I don't want to waste this feedback data. Those are the best results we've ever seen.
Leave it. It'll be fine. They can understand us anyway. This is just one of those things that makes science interesting.
Revelations Persona 4 Arena. Looks like the parts came in from the Brooklyn area.
There you go again. This unit is going to be communicating with the others. What if this effect spreads? Not only that, but because this is an anomaly, it doesn't seem to have a 100% accurate accent either.
Is that just a line put in there in case the fucking person doing the accent fucks up the accent?
But if it has a personality, that might speed up the development of its mind.
Yeah, she's right.
3 researchers standing around the maintenance chair. Each holds a tablet and examines the display on the chair.
All right, unit number 031, we'll explain things from the top.
Voice pattern consistent with research
You are a
staff.
weapon created to fight against unique enemies. Therefore, your combat performance is prioritized over all else. But in order for you to use a particular ability, you've been given a certain amount of awareness. And that makes your performance difficult to quantify, so we've been pitting test units against each other as a selective growth process. It's all in the service of achieving higher performance, and we don't want to waste any plumes of dusk.
I was dissecting it, and then the Nazi symbol hit me. Accessing archives. Search term plume of desk. One match found. Crystalline substance at the core personality modules. Its name derives from a thin, plate-like shape resembling a shed of bird's feather. In addition to its circuit-like structure, it has an unnatural Vital reaction in response to external stimulus. It's from Mach and X. Similar to living... thing yet different. It is thought to exist in a state between mind and matter, mass and information. The details are unknown. You fight robot Nazis. So, like, normal Nazis? There are 12 other subheadings classified under Level 7 clearance. Access denied. Matter interpreted as core personality
But regardless
modules.
of your ego, there is one rule you must abide by. You might as well think of it as an order.
One rule to abide by, awaiting order.
The only order is to destroy everything we identify as enemies and to emerge victorious. Though your ego will give you some flexibility when planning tactics, there's no need to think about extraneous side issues. Use everything you have to win a fight. That's all you need to concentrate on.
Order
Understood.
confirmed. Destroy identified enemies and emerge victorious. A clear order. It is consistent with role of weapon. No abnormalities. Everything is clear. God, I am literally falling asleep. Yeah, I actually think I might stop here. I'm starting to doze off in the middle of sentences now. But that's okay. I mean, we didn't get that far, but we went for like 5 hours. That's more than most people go for anyway. Persona 4 really the most boring Persona game. No, I mean, like, Lapras is interesting. I really think... I mean, I haven't slept in a while, first off. But, like, also... Like, part of it is I just, like, haven't slept. And also, Aegis was really, really boring. Aegis was really boring. Like, you'd think one of the best characters in Persona would be interesting, but fuck, I barely made it through Aegis. But yeah, I think I'm actually gonna call it. I need to go to fucking sleep. So, yeah. Anyway, thanks for being here, everybody. I'm sorry to only cut out after like 5 hours, but you know, look, we'll be back on. We'll finish the game. We're gonna do it. We're gonna beat Arena. It'll be great. Everyone will have fun. But anyway, yeah, I've been Sacrobolic, your Envoy of Hope, and I'll see you Thursday, I think, right? Probably Thursday. See you Thursday. Bye-bye. Hopefully I'll stream earlier in the day. That's what I'm hoping for, but we'll see how it shakes out. Alright.